if that changes anybody.
Hello chat, my bad, I had to delay slightly, okay? The cats needed attention. Okay, hello. Here now. Notice some things, chat? Notice a few things? Notice something? Just saying, okay? But, yeah, sorry for the delay. Hello, how are we doing, people? How are we doing, folks? A little bit of a yawn, a little bit of a stream starting yawn. I cried. That's okay, that's okay. Sometimes we cry in life. Streamer, where is your hair? I got it chopped off. I got it chopped off. I decided to cut my hair. Did I pet the cat? Yeah, I'm petting her right now, actually. She's on the ground playing with a spring, and she bit my hand. Nice. Girl. Well, I say good girl. She's actually been peeing on the bed lately. I can't believe she's been doing this. You gotta stop peeing on the bed, buddy. She's been peeing on the bed here and there, which is very annoying. I say if she did it once, I'd be like, look, it happens, but she did it like she's done it for like the past 3 days in a row, and I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm gonna get this cat some diapers, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, we'll figure that out. How evil, yeah, I know, right? I can't believe it. I don't know, maybe something's wrong. Like, the litter boxes are clean, and like, to be fair, the other cat causes her some anxiety, so maybe she's just anxious. I don't know. But we'll figure that out. Oh yeah, I got a haircut. Yeah, I'm you know, didn't quite go bald like generalist. I wasn't quite ready for to take the leap. But I got a haircut because I don't know, I was kind of just tired of the long hair. You ever just want to change things up, you know? So you just change everything. What's up, Yankees fan? But you're back for the Argentinian treat? No, we're doing Poland. Okay, we'll look at the poll real quick to make sure, but pretty sure the poll came out to a Polish victory. Total Polish victory. Bald Tarkus? Yeah, I don't know about that, pal. Where's my display capture? So to do the modeling, I'm gonna do display capture, by the way, so get ready for cursed looking images. But yeah, there's the poll. So it's gonna be Poland. Not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping for like Florence or Denmark, because Poland I haven't actually played that much, but it's okay. It's you know, we can do it. Before the stream, I wrote out some like design philosophies that I'd like to sort of go over before we start. So, well, what do I want to do? I guess yeah, we can start with that, but I'll check out my cat. Isn't she cute? Isn't she a cutie? Beautiful. I love these cats. This is the one that's peeing the bed, by the way. This one is good. This one's peeing the bed. That's what she is named. You know, to be fair, she's named Psycho. I get why she's peeing the bed. She is kind of psycho. Whereas Kyra is chill, very chill. But she's peeing in bed. She looks like the kind of person that'd pee the bed, by the way. Those anxious eyes, definitely. But I've got this design document here, okay, and it's more for me than it is for you. But I mean, it's probably nice for you guys to see too. I want to have like you know, I guess you could say, like, organization to my mod making, right? So I'd like to have some idea of what I want to make. Hold to German tree. So true, so true. But like, the three broad things I have here is just that, like, they should tie into the game's pre-existing stuff. So like, I want to use the DHEs that are already in the game as part of the missions, and I want them to have triggers to start, and we'll look at an example of that down here. I want them to be historical and ahistorical, with mutually exclusive branches. I'm debating this part. This part I should put it maybe in with like a star. I'm not sure about this part, mutually exclusive. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. DHEs are dynamic historical events. It's Paradox's funny way of saying events, but they like to call them DHEs for some reason. And then I want them to be rewards. Like, I want them to be rewarding. Like, but also I want what they get you to do to be rewarding. That should be a good way to put it. The task you achieve is itself a reward. Like, I want it to be that the missions guide you towards good decision making, is the idea, I guess. Like, if we have a mission that wants you to build up an industry somewhere, it should be in a spot that has, like, good RGOs, and it should be, like, you know, that kind of thing, right? Did you ever consider playing Half Sword on stream? Probably not, no. I doubt I'll play anything that's not Paradox on stream, at least for now. So an example, I used Denmark as an example because I've just played them recently, is like, you could have a mission tree about conquering England, but only if you get bellicose value and naval value, and then you could, and by choosing a military focus. This part, I mean, you know, I'm not sure about this part, but this idea of, like, the trees have requirements to activate. We need some SAEs, static ahistorical events. Dude, so true. They have one button and they're ahistorical, so it just puts you on a new path. So true and real. So I have this idea of, like, you need bellicose and naval value to pursue, like, a sort of North Sea Empire mission tree, whereas if you want to pursue a Kalmar Union, you might need conciliatory value. The nice thing about this is that ultimately you can always ignore the tree and just do what you want, but if you want the tree to guide you, I think it's nice to have to have it be like almost the tree itself is a reward for achieving something, and the achievement in this case is like getting your bellicoseness up. You know, makes sense to me. For rewards, I want things that are more long-term or like permanent. So like, I mentioned here I don't like plus 20% morale of armors for 10 years. I don't like these kind of rewards. But for like mid mission tree rewards, maybe we'll have some stuff like that. But I want like the end of tree rewards to be very permanent and very impactful. That kind of stuff. Because otherwise, like, it just doesn't feel very fun to just get like whatever shitty rewards. I gave an example here again with Denmark. If you conquer England, you can get a new government reform called North Sea Administration, and it gives you some stuff, whatever, right? These are just thoughts I have, you know, nothing concrete here. The big design decision that I needed to make at one point was like, should you be able to pursue all your mission trees, or should they be mutually exclusive? And it's like, I think what I want it to be, and I wrote here, is that because it's value oriented in a lot of cases, it's going to be that you could do both trees, but you're going to have to flip between like completely different values, right? So if you do bellicose Denmark and you go and do the North Sea Empire stuff, and then you also want to do Kalmar Union, it feels like weirdly, like it feels arbitrarily limiting to say you can't do both, but you're going to have to get to 50 conciliatory, which it probably isn't that hard, but it's going to require you to sort of make some moves, like be a bit of a pro gamer, you know what I mean? I think a stretch goal for me is to add the ability to fail missions, where like we can have like alternatives to missions where you don't actually achieve them, but something happens anyway. And the example I give is that Denmark tries to conquer England but fails. It takes prestige hits, but then perhaps it can refocus on other priorities. Like maybe it gets a big conciliatory drift after failing, and then you get some army tradition because you learn from your campaigns and so on, like this kind of thing. But this probably won't actually happen unless I really get into it, because this would require a lot more work for something that's going to not affect 90% of people. Yeah. In conclusion, here's the ideas. Trees, like I want to do several trees. Each tree has prerequisites to start. They're not mutually exclusive, but the prerequisites could be. So it might be that you kind of lock yourself out of one inherently by doing the other, but we'll keep that pretty open. Long-term rewards, and then this one again, asterisk that. We're not sure if we're actually gonna do that or not. I'm gonna try to structure the stream as kind of like what would I call it? Kind of like a bit of tutorializing a little bit. Like I'm gonna try to explain kind of how to do modding, but also I'm not a teacher and I'm not very good at modding. So sorry if I don't do a good job of explaining, but basically we've got VS Code here, and I've got the games files open in a folder here. So we have all the games files, and the first step, I guess, before you do anything, making a mod, is you have to go and actually make the mod, which I know is a hilarious thing to say. To actually make a mod, by the way, you click this up here. You click this little button here, the Open Mod Tools, and then you go ahead and give it a name and everything. Also move the chat box a little over. There you go. But we're gonna call this, I guess, like Poland mission tree. We can rename it later, so no need to worry. Don't fill this in, or I guess, do we fill this in? I forget. I think we do actually. I think it's yeah, I think we do fill this in. Let's do like Poland.missions.targets. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, the path is fine. Or no.
What are you doing?
Mazeri just subscribed with Prime.
Yo, what's all this stuff coming in?
What are you doing?
Damn, look at that. Thank you for the Prime subscription from Mazerhigh. Yeah. I did it play 2 notifications? Kind of weird, but whatever. Either way, some missions for Poland. And then we'll pick some stuff out of advancement, sure. I'm not sure what exactly there'll be, so maybe we'll just kind of pick a lot of this stuff. Gameplay, events, bit of historical and ahistorical government in the States. Missions, yes, missions, definitely. That's the big one. Beyond that, I mean, yeah, that's about it. Then we're going to create the mod stub. But we're not going to upload the mod, because we just want to make the stub so that we can go in and actually have like our mod stuff. And now if we go over here, we look in our folder. I'm just gonna lay bare to all of you my stuff, I guess. Documents, Paradox Interactive, EU5. New computer, by the way, so there's barely anything on here, which is funny. We go into mods. I was thinking of doing Formable South India, kind of didn't get around to that, but Poland Mission Tree, and now we have an empty folder. And here's what I like to do when it comes to modding, okay? Is I like to just take the folder structure of the game and just copy it in, so I don't have to worry about structuring my folders ever. So we're gonna open up another Explorer, and then let's just copy in everything from EU5. This is probably like a noob move, I don't know, but I like to do this so that way I don't have to worry about how to format my folders. But here, I'm gonna take this game folder and take everything inside of it. Control C. Put it in here. Control V. Do you have the production extensions for VS Code? No, I don't have any extensions on right now because I just got this new computer. But I'll probably put some extensions on later. For now, I'm just gonna mod. I'm just gonna raw dog modding. I you know. One time, Lemon Cake got not mad at me, but he pointed out that he found it insane that I just you know, just raw dog VS Code. File Explorer now has tabs? Oh shit. Wait a minute, you're right. That's insane. They can't just that's crazy. They can't just do that. That's ridiculous. That's actually really helpful though. That'll make this much easier to do. Sneak peek of the new Giga Chad Paradox Mega Grand campaign. Yeah, give it a bit more time, okay? Give it a bit more time. It's gonna take a little longer. There's nothing that bad to get used to it. I don't know. I mean, I feel like every Windows iteration, everyone's like, "Fuck, I hate Windows. I hate the new Windows. Oh my god!" And then they eventually like that one, and the next one comes out, and they're like, "Yo, Windows 11 was peak. And no, I have to go to Windows 12, and they're pissed, and it just happens every time. You got Windows 12? Yeah, bro. Windows 12. I love Windows 12. Nah, but, you know. By the way, I was just talking about you, Lemon Cake. You were, remember when, I don't remember what the context under which it was happening, but you were like, bro, how do you use VS Code without any like extensions or anything? Not extensions, it was like, I don't have any coloring on my text in VS Code. It's all just like raw dog code right in there. You were like, what the fuck? That was back when we think we were working on that Rome mod for EU4. Maybe it was then. But I remember you were like surprised at it. Yeah. Did you hurt 98%? Can you hurry up at 99%? Hurry up, please. Alright, great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to keep all the folders, but just get rid of, like, everything else. Like, I don't need any of this. Keep the folders, get rid of everything, because I intend to, like, I just want to keep the structure. I don't actually want to, like, use these files for myself. And it's going to take a bit, but, you know. Oh well. There were folders in there. Mods, remove his syntax, dude. So true. There's so many. The file structure in EU5 is so crazy because there's so many folders. I remember talking to other mod makers about it. Like the file structure in EU5 is kind of insane. TK3 will have a Chapter 5 DLC pack 2026. Why is that big news? Isn't that literally what is to be expected? Because that's like how they do DLCs or whatever. Isn't that exactly what we'd expect? Get rid of all this, and then get rid of all these. Great. You just make mods using Notepad only? That's Giga Chad. I also made I started my first mod. I eventually went to VS Code, but I started my first mod on. Actually, I'm just gonna get. Why am I even? I don't need any of this stuff in GFX, do I? No, I'm not gonna be messing with any of this. Just get rid of this folder. Oh god, it's gonna take forever to delete it. Okay, there you go. I'm not gonna mess with the GUI either, so that can go too. Map data. I don't know why I was doing that manually. I'm not gonna need any of these. Fonts. Not gonna need that. Events we're gonna want. Yes. So let's get rid of the stuff in here. This is actually reasonable. I started my first mod on Notepad++. Then eventually I went to VS Code, but Notepad++ is where I started. Y'all got nothing on me, dude. So true. Great game deal if you haven't already. I haven't yet, but I will. Yeah, that's a good idea. I just I'm not planning to really use the game very much right now, except just to check on some things. Get all this stuff. Great. Content source, map objects. I'm not gonna need this. Let's get rid of that. Common, and then there's all this stuff in here. This is like the big boy stuff. Super chat. What's the best country, Yankees fan? I hate VS Code. This guy hates VS Code, guys. Can you believe that? Oh jeez. What the heck is that? Did someone just become a member on YouTube? Damn. Very nice. Very cool. Very Giga Chad. Oh, not this. I don't need this filter. Right, but now we can put them into one Explorer, right? Do it later. Okay. Tutorial lessons. Yeah, get rid of all this stuff. Sorry, this is kind of a slow start to the stream, but I just want to make sure I do all this right. Okay. Usually, actually, the way I do this, at least for CK3, is I just make the folder structure as I go, but only because EU5's folder structure is way more complicated. Do I want to do this like first? Just get it out of the way. Giga Chad mods are real. They are real. There's probably there must be a faster way to do this, right? And I'm just dumb. Twitch has fallen. Yeah, I don't with Twitch, the more you stream, the more viewership you get. And the fact that I so rarely stream means I don't get much Twitch viewership anymore. Whereas on YouTube, it's more like I have a YouTube community and they come and watch, so it kind of helps. Oh, I didn't mean to open. My enter button's very close to my delete key, so you know. Do you mind if they have like their own script language? Paradox's script language is like about as close to plain English as you're gonna get. They run on Lua. Is this actually Lua? Dude, I don't know. I don't even know how it works. I just know that I can mess with it. God, this study thinks it's elite. Oh, I'm so sorry, chat. So sorry. It just works. Yeah, more or less. It's Lua. Okay, good to know. Then yeah, I guess I understand Lua a little bit. Based. See, a computer language is just as learnable as a human language. Because all you have to do is look at examples. In the real world, the way that a baby learns a language... we got to the language folder, as I said that. Isn't that funny? The way a baby learns a language is they hear other people speaking. They look at other people speaking, and then they start copying. And then eventually they realize that you can like make your own language. Like as in you can speak without needing to just copy someone else. And that's when they actually start speaking. So, you know, like basically you do the same thing with the code. You stare at it until you understand it. And then you start realizing you can make your own code. Which is more or less how I got to all this. I think we're almost done. Thinking in terms of the alphabet, we're getting close to the end, guys. We're getting close to the end. You're good at learning French, good at learning C++. Still true. So I'm going to single monitor? Yes, that's why the chat is on the screen. Yes, I have one monitor. Computer language is much easier to learn. That's honestly probably true, because you don't have to deal with any pragmatics on computer languages. With human language, pragmatics really complicate things. But I do like pragmatics and semantics. I think I guess technically there is semantics in computer language, but there isn't any pragmatics. Pods activate as neurons, dude, so true. Okay, we're almost there. Look at that. This no longer scrolling up. We're so close. And they got a folder just for Hindu avatars. That's crazy. The nice thing is, once I do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a copy of this and call it like EU5 file structure, and then never have to do it ever again. In fact, I should have done this before the stream to avoid being so boring, but we're gonna take in-game here. We're gonna just like copy this in-game folder. Oh, there's still all this to do. Oh, I forgot there's more to do. Because they just love having a shit ton of stuff here. Because you might think, loading screen, why would I need to look at that? That's where the localization goes, pal. Try to tell you, this is where the localization goes. Although I guess only for some things, but I believe in main menu is where the localization goes too. Like, yeah, so we need that. We actually do need the main menu. DM me the file structure, please. Thanks. Dude, true. Why copy everything anyway? So we can have the file structure. That's why. We want the folders to be in the right spots. Yeah. It's a Poland video today. It is a Poland video today. Sorry, Mouse. We'll do Georgia eventually. I'm not gonna work with sound. We can get rid of that. I'm not gonna work with input profile or GUI. GFX. This, it's possible I'll work with this. No, this is for loading screens. No, we're not gonna work with that. Localization. This is for like loading screen localization, right? So I don't have to worry about this. Yeah, we can get rid of this. And then, is there anything in here I'm gonna use? No. Okay, we don't need this folder. Loading screen can go. But main menu needs to stay. This definitely needs to stay because localization's in here. Yeah, there is stuff in here we might use. Script values. What is this? Oh, I'm not gonna use this stuff. No, okay, hold on. Or will I? Or will I? I doubt I'll use game rules. Okay, let's just get rid of that then. If we need to come back to it, we'll come back to it. Localization we absolutely keep. Music goes away, notifications goes away, setup goes away, tools goes away, GUI goes away, GFX. We'll probably keep this because I think this is gonna end up being. This is like advances and stuff. Yeah, so we're gonna definitely keep these because we might want to do some graphical stuff. Yo, Elf Destiny, what's up, dude? Bro is modding EU5 as we speak. So we'll keep the GFX stuff. Let's get rid of everything that's inside of it. I'm not gonna. Okay, it's a lot of this I'm not gonna use. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. I'm probably gonna only use the interface stuff. Let's be honest here. So let's just get rid of everything except for interface. Viet user. Hello. Why am I doing it this way? I'm so stupid. There you go. Okay, great. Localization. We'll keep everything. Well, we're gonna get rid of the non-English because I don't plan to do translations. And let's just get rid of all of this. Adding Corsair Kings to EU5? No. I'm doing a Polish mission tree is the current plan. Okay, you know what? I don't want to do all this deleting. We're just gonna delete this, and then I can always actually wait. What am I? I can do this. Delete. This is easy. Why am I acting like this is a lot to delete when I have the Control A button? Skill issue. Now there's all these folders. We're gonna get rid of these folders. I'll add these as needed. Never mind. Never mind. I keep trying to be lazy, when in reality, the less lazy I am at the beginning, the less work I need to do later. It's a good idea to not get lazy this early into the into everything. Okay, now this guy has outed himself as being pro-Russia with a statement like that. So here's what we do. Okay, to the guy saying that, okay, we just hide that guy. We just get rid of that guy. We don't like Russia here. I'm sorry. Russian people are fine. We don't like Russia. You can say Privyet to me and that's okay, but oh my goodness, he's already. Oh no, he's hidden. I think. Yeah, never mind. So he'll still pop up on my screen, unfortunately. Keep deleting. Keep deleting. Mods invert his ankles, dude. So true. Okay, great. Okay. So now I think we're good. Get rid of this stuff. Now I think we can start. Give up the Russophobia. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Happily. Very happily. It's what the mod is about. It's about Poland. About Poland. That's the plan. It's about Poland. Speaking of which, let's actually like go into the game and just look at Poland a little bit. Let the game load. Now I'm gonna open up my mod stuff. Is the tutorial over? We haven't even started yet, man. We're just getting started now, okay? We're just getting started. I want to add this folder to here. Yeah, add it to the workspace. Yes, I trust the author because I'm the author. So now what we have, what I've done here, okay, what I've done here is we have this folder which says in-game. This is like EU5's base game files. So we're going to be using EU5's files to learn a lot about how to mod in EU5. By basically just being like, okay, I want to figure out how to make an advance, let's say. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to look at, they even have a template. Paradox, they even have a template for you, okay? But basically, like, we're going to study these files, and we'll use this to help us figure out how to make advances, right? So what I might do is I might take something like this, I might copy this into my mod, and then just change the numbers around. You know, that kind of thing, right? This is a lot of what learning how to mod is, you know? Is that you you look at the game files and then you copy and then you change the game files a little bit. So the in-game is the actual EU5 stuff, and then Poland mission tree is my stuff. That's the idea here. Probably don't need that DLC folder, do we? I doubt I'm going to be using that. So let's get rid of that, and I guess the metadata should stay, yeah. But anyway, looking at Poland, because that's what the what do you call it? That's what the poll decided we would do. The joke is that Pole is also the word for someone from Poland. But we got to think about what kind of mysteries we want to do. So before we do any coding at all, okay, highly recommend that you first get yourself a text document and you make some plans, okay? So this was our design philosophy, but we're just going to add to this. I'll do a line break. I don't think I'm using LibreOffice instead of Word. And it's because, like, I don't know, why not? But I'm thinking, like, you know, what do you call it? Why do I use LibreOffice? I guess because I think my license for Microsoft Office is gone now, because it was from, like, 2013. Basically, I'm using this now, and it's not as good as Microsoft Office, but oh well. It is what it is. Let's start with Polish mission trees, like tree ideas. I don't know. Google Docs #1. I should use Google Docs, shouldn't I? But I'm gonna put this in bold. I miss using Word. I kind of like Word, to be honest, but oh well. So let's think about just like I'm not gonna act like I know a ton about what do you call it? About like Polish history, but just looking at the map here, okay. there's the obvious paths of like, okay, Poland and Hungary have like a connection because they have like a DHE about getting the same succession, all that. So we're gonna want stuff like, so you want probably stuff like Poland and Hungary's relationship, right? This kind of thing. And we could also have something like Poland and Lithuania's relationship. I think that's also reasonable. I think definitely dealing with like the Piast dynasty. So one idea I had yesterday was for like mission tree ideas was like we have Volhynia and Halich here, who are both your Piast dynasty. And I'm like, okay, we probably should have some kind of mission tree about like integrating the family, right? Because all these vassals, they're all your same family. We definitely want like a Piast oriented tree. I'm not sure what that'll be yet, but Piast oriented tree. Pierogi bakery. We could add some buildings. That'd be kind of fun. Okay, branches you want. Well, first we're gonna write out ideas for branches, and then we'll think about which ones we actually want to implement. So like a Piast oriented tree. I do want one for the development of Warsaw. So like moving the capital here and kind of developing Warsaw. So something like a Warsaw development tree, that kind of thing. Poland and Bohemia. Yeah, we could do one for Poland relationship with Bohemia. Something like maybe like Hussite slash Bohemia stuff. You know, again, this is keeping it pretty simple. The Winged Hussars. Yeah, we're gonna want a Winged Hussar tree probably. But be aware, I'm writing all these ideas down. We're probably only gonna do a handful of these because I'm not gonna have the talent to be able to make all these trees. One I wanted to look at is stuff like so remember one of our design philosophies, okay, was that the task that you achieve with the mission is itself a reward, right? So one idea I had is that Kazimierz is a really good spot for a this is a really good spot to make a city because then you can do tools with this iron, this local iron, right? So I kind of want to do one where like we do like the mines of Orzhidov. I don't sorry. Poles? I'm sorry guys. Yeah, Orzhidov? Something like that. I don't know how to do this E with the tail. Okay, I don't know how to do the E with the tail. Let me look up the location so I can find the IPA. It's with a W, not with a V, but Uzenduf, right? That's approximately correct. What's the Z with the tail? What is that? What is Z with a tail supposed to be? Ursh. Okay. What is this? What is this actually? Retroflex sibilant fricative. Fuck me. Ursh. Okay, something like that. Urgendov. Closer. Yeah. God damn your language. You people. Get a more reasonable language. Either way, I want to do a tree that's about like the CD and Romance languages. It's not quite like that because in Spanish a CD just makes, or rather in French a CD just makes a S sound. It's a little bit different. But like I want to do a mission tree for like intelligent urbanization, right? So making Kazimierz into a city and then turning the iron here, like using the iron here to make tools. Like I want that to be a mission tree. So and we'll look for other opportunities or something like that. Maybe even ones that change RGOs. So like a sort of urban development where we try to develop some of the more popular cities in Poland, like urban development, i.e. Kazimierz, like Poznan. Sorry, I'm gonna really try to say them right. I'm gonna try to say them okay, but like this is a famous city. Like what else? There's like Kalish is a famous city, but it's not really any good RGOs. Oh, there's iron here. Never mind. So Kalish would also be a good one. Wrocław is actually a very famous city. Not like this city is surprisingly relevant to Polish history. But I'm not sure the RGOs are any good here. There's like there's a lot of art here, from what I understand. This is like a very artsy place in like Polish history. So we'll put that into. How do you? I don't even know how to pronounce it. How the fuck do you spell this place? Inowro. Wow. Right? Because the L is like the L with the line is like a W. Kraków. Yeah, we could have one for Kraków as well. Again, not really any good RGOs here, but maybe we could have one where we replace the RGO in one of these places with silk. Because famously, Krakow has like a lot of cloth, doesn't it? Isn't that like a famous production around here? I don't know. We'll figure that out. But basically, like we develop some famous cities, right? That kind of thing. Now, beyond that, okay, we could start doing some ahistorical stuff. So like ahistorical, right? This could be things like the Poland into Prussia tree, the meme, right? Poland into Prussia, lol. You know, this is like a meme, but that kind of thing. You know, that's probably something we do a bit later. We're also gonna want probably like a Teuton War tree, like Teutonic Wars tree. The thing is that it's kind of really easy to conquer all the Teutons in one war, so it's a bit funny to do that because it would be super easy. But yeah, I think this is probably a good selection for now. There's obviously more to do because the idea behind each mission tree is that it's a relatively short-term thing. Like you pick a mission tree, and then you don't. Sorry, you pick a mission tree, and then you complete it within like maybe a decade or so, maybe a bit more than that. It depends on the mission tree. But let's start. I think I want to start with it like a Teutonic tree. I think we'll start with that. So let's maybe plan that out a bit. Let's go down here again. Make another section. Pull it into space. We could do something like meme like that. The Teutonic War tree. Let's think a little bit about what we want it to actually be. So, first of all, I want to look at the base game trees because that might help me to get some ideas about what we can do. So this enable missions sounds good. Then we should have them up here. So let's take a look at one of the expansion missions. Or do I have missions disabled or something? I don't know. How do you even click on this stuff? I never use the tree. Here we go. It's over here. Okay. There's Oshvia. Ooh, what is this place? Yeah. Let's pick, like, I don't know, Humiliate Arrival, just to sort of see how the missions are structured. So you see here, they're very small. I like this. I want small trees. I don't want this big, massive thing, right? Just give me a little tree, you know? I think that in today's... I'm about to go on a boomer rant, okay? In today's, like, TikTok-riddled, ADHD enjoyer, world, it's probably a good idea to keep things pretty quick, pretty small. Not that I won't have any long-term trees, but the reason why you want small trees is because, remember, for example, I mentioned this this Hussite Bohemia one? Well, the Hussite wars don't last forever, right? So we don't want someone to be stuck in some super long-term tree, and then they can't do their Hussite stuff because they are stuck in another tree they don't want to abandon, right? That's why we want to keep it short-term, ultimately, is because some of these trees might be very time-sensitive. We don't want, it'd be disappointing if let's say you were doing some, like, so let's say that we combined, like, all three of these trees, right? That might take a long time to do, okay? So we'd rather split them up into smaller trees so you can swap away to other trees later if you want to. Imperator had small self-contained trees, Imperator revealed. Well, if you play Invictus, they got some pretty big trees over there. But yes, that is what I have in mind, is these small-sized trees that you can easily maneuver between, is what I'm going for. So let's open up the code for this mission tree. Let's go into VS Code here. I'm going to do a search. I'm going to look for the name of this tree. So to find things in files, if you want to put everything in one tree, because then it's overwhelming. Then it's too much. It's like, then there's like this massive tree. It doesn't feel good. I don't like that. I don't like how that would feel to have this gigantic tree. And also because I want mutually exclusive branches. So remember I mentioned in the example in the design document how, like, with Denmark, you might, like, I want it to be that you can only pursue the North Sea Empire if you have a certain value. And I want it to, I guess you could do that with missions in one tree, but I think ultimately it's just that the aesthetic would be bad. It really is an aesthetic thing. But what was I saying? Right, finding things. To find something, if you can sort of guess what the name would be in the code, you can do that. Like if you have a good idea of how things are named in the code. But if you don't know, then just look up the exact wording here. So I'm going to type in humiliate a... Spell it right though, you idiot. Humiliate a rival mission tree. And then I'm going to find it in the localization files, which might take a bit because there's a lot of stuff to look through. So give it a second here. Hello, is this thing even searching? Nothing? Really? Is that really how it's gonna be? You making me look stupid. Maybe injected? You're right. Okay, you're right. In that case, I'm gonna look for, like, impose an embargo, maybe? Maybe humiliate a rival. Just look for any of these and hope you can find it in the localization. Basically what I'm looking for. Let's do sow discontent. How about that? Nothing? Very, very nice. How about humiliate a rival? Let's just do humiliate. Let's just do that. Okay. None of this is localization. Wait a minute. Am I stupid? Hello? Am I looking in the wrong folders? You don't have local files? They're in here. Aren't they? These are the local files in here. Main menu. Oh, yeah, maybe it is. It must be in main menu. Yes, you're right. Hold on, let me just drop that in real quick. Interesting. I thought I dragged everything in, though. I guess I must have just forgotten to grab the main menu folder. That's my bad. Also, we can open another tab now. Oh my goodness. Crazy. You guys think we're lost? No, no, no. I just... Look, this is part of the modding experience, okay? Is you mess up and then you fix it. Common. EU5 game. Yeah, I thought I dragged all these in, but I guess I didn't. Oh, because wait. Oh, I only grabbed in-game. That's why, because I'm stupid. Okay, hold on. I'm actually going to remove this folder from the workspace, and then I'm going to add the whole game folder to the workspace. I think I can just do it. I think I can just do it like this. Yeah, add folder workspace. There we go. Now it should be there. So now if I do humiliate like this, it should pop up and yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, what I'm gonna do to make this a bit easier, hold on, let me just make this a lot easier on myself. We're gonna go into the main menu, go to localization, and just get rid of all the non-English localization. Or is it already, we only have English in here already? Yeah, we have all this localization here that I don't want to use. So in-game is half the files. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Interesting how it only brings to English, but there are other folders in there, aren't there? Oh, whatever. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. I'm so stupid. Chat, I'm so stupid. Here, so just get rid of I'm gonna like remove these from the workspace. Can I do that without deleting them actually? I don't know. Never mind then. Never mind. Never mind. Let me blunder. Let me blunder, okay? Let me blunder around. I won't actually remove them because they'll delete them from the game then and it'll be weird. In that case, we just look for it. So I'm gonna try again, humiliate a rival mission tree. Let's see. Will this work? Please work this time so I can look smart. Takes so long to search though when there's so many files. No, okay. Let's do humiliate a rival. There we go. Generic humiliate a rival. Here we go. There we go. There. So this is what I mean. So this is what I mean, okay? We we find the localization, right? And then we have the actual name in the files of this mission. So humiliate a rival is, I believe, this mission right here. So I looked up the localization, and now we have the actual name in the code, which is this right here. So we go in here, now we search for this, and now we should be able to actually find the mission. And we see that it's right here. So here's the actual humiliate mission. You guys are going to have to bear with me, okay? You're going to have to bear with me. I see that we have another Russian hater in chat. Can we just... Oh, never mind. He's hidden. I keep forgetting that I've already hidden these people, but they keep popping up on my screen. So cringe. But, yeah. I hate that Reshun just does that. It still shows the message, even though the guy's hidden. Add to block list in Restream chat. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you, Restream. Never mind. You're fine, Restream. You're fine. So we have the actual mission here, so we can see what it does, and we can get an idea of how missions like work, I guess you could say. So we see that there's ways that it can be visible. There's on completion effects, on abort effects, and then interesting that it keeps going. It has like another mission inside of it. Control C plus Control V, more or less, yeah, but we'll change things. Interesting though how it has so. This must be the whole tree. This is the whole, okay. This is actually the entire thing, I think. Because we have the... This is the whole tree. And then mission impose embargo is this one. Right. And then we have mission insult rival. That's going to be probably this one. No, that must be... Interesting. Let me see. Which one would it be? Is it this one? It must be, yeah, because insult rival. They're like not in order. That's so weird. It's like impose embargoes first, and then diplomatic play is second. To check that, we can actually search for this and see if we can find it in the localization. All the non-English language. Yes, you see it says here diplomatic play. So yeah, so it's called insult rival, but then it's called diplomatic play in the localization. We're gonna try to not have these difficult to understand. What do you call it? These difficult to understand code to localization relationships, but yeah, that's good. We understand that now. Let's go back to where we were. So it looks like the way that you make the tree is you have the tree is like the whole thing, and then you put the missions within the tree. And then let's look at one that has a prerequisite. So something like sow discontent in a rival. See which one is that? Pass rival. Establish spy networks. Destabilize probably is sow discontent. Requires, right, so then you put in requires mission establish spy networks. Okay, interesting. All right. Well, let's sort of take a step back here and, you know, figure out this stuff at the top first. First time watching your stream, but I really enjoyed your Vic 3 competition hosting. Thank you. Thank you, Ban Sukjung 7269. Koreans in chat. I'm assuming that's a Korean name anyway. But yeah, we will start, I guess, by copying over this particular mission and then just deleting everything inside of it. So here's pull mission tree. So where was this? It was in-game common missions. Okay, in-game common missions. Okay, missions. And let's make a new file here. Let's call this what I want the prefix to be. Let's call this like PM for Poland missions. Do you have background in coding? No, I just do modding. I don't have any coding background. Let's do PM underscore, and we wanted to do the Teutonic Wars. I guess we should not do caps. Teutonic Wars missions. Mission pack. Let's do the same Let's do the same verbiage as the base game. We'll do mission pack for what we call it. We'll do txt. Okay. Generate code. Oh, they got the AI. They got the AI going, boys. One thing I know you gotta do for all the Paradox games, you gotta always save them with BOM. Whatever BOM is, you just gotta click this. Okay, that's just what you do. And now we're gonna take this. We're gonna copy it over. Control A, Control C, Control V. And we're just gonna clear it out. We're gonna get rid of everything except for like one of the missions so that we can have an idea of how they work. So we'll keep impose embargo and delete everything else. Boom. Okay. Great. And I'm gonna rename this to, let's call it PM underscore Teutonic Wars missions. How did they word it here? Okay, they didn't put missions on it. Okay. For the icon, we'll keep the icon the same for now, just because I don't know what all the icons look like. Repeatable is going to be no. I mean, this is going to be most of these missions are not going to be repeatable. I don't imagine we're going to be doing that. Player playstyle military. This would definitely be a military pack, I'm going to say. Visible, the game edition's enabled, yes. We'll figure this out, I guess, a bit later. But for now, I'm just going to maybe do something like, is there a... You know what I need? Hold on, there's a debug mode thing I have to do. Gotta exit this up real quick. There's a debug mode thing I gotta do because we need to get the documents or whatever they're called, the docs. If you ever want to launch a debug mode, by the way, go into Steam and just do this. I believe this is all you have to do. You just go into the launch options. Yeah, they don't have any debug mode version like that. I think that'll work. See? Let the game load. Script docs, that's what it is. We have to do like God, that's loud. We have to do the script docs, which gives us like a bunch of the stuff you can do with the modding. Dude, I'm sorry. Modding is really hard for me, and I'm trying to like explain my reasoning, but so much of my understanding of modding is just kind of like just saying shit, and then it like works out. So again, if you're sitting here looking for a tutorial, I'm trying to at least explain what's going on a little bit, but I'm very, very bad at it, explaining it. It's very loud. EU5, you're a very loud game. I'm gonna turn you down. I'm gonna turn you down a little bit. But that's better. Thank you. Okay. Like I want to do basically like exists tag. I just is not gonna be the right syntax, but Teutons, right? That kind of thing. That's what I want to do, but I'm gonna wait until I have the script docs to actually put that. This is very useful for modders. Is you go in here, you type in script docs, and it wants to launch the game to do it. But when you do that, can this Discord thing go away? It gives you you go into your documents folder, okay, which we can now do like this. By the way, we can just do another tab. Go in your documents folder, and you go to EU5, and you go to your I think it's logs. Yes, logs. And now you have all this stuff in here, most of which you don't care about, but. Is it actually these ones? Maybe it's different ones. Hold on, maybe it's in docs. Yes, okay, never mind, it's these. Sorry, it's in docs, not in logs. Okay. So, this stuff is like really important because this is basically everything that you can do in the game, more or less. Like in everything that you can mod. So we're gonna drag this folder into our VS Code so we can have access to it. Let's close all this stuff real quick. God. Starting to regret copying the entire folder structure, but it's a good idea. We have the docs in here, okay. And now we have all this stuff. So let's say, for example, I want to check a trigger of a tag existing. Well, I can go in here. I can go like tag, and then just try to find tag. So this is interesting. This is not worded. This is not worded the same as CK3's. This is weird. I don't like it because it's got these hashtags here. Why are these, dude? Okay, listen. I'm not a CS guy, okay? I'm not gonna lie. These hashtags being here just makes this really hard to read, in my opinion. Okay? In my opinion, okay, these hashtags being here makes this really difficult to read. But whatever. Okay, but whatever. So adjacent to, owned by, I don't really care for that. Within naval range of, within thematic range of, wants to attack, wants to subjugate, wants opinion with. Yeah, this is like AI stuff. Tag exists. So this is one. See, this is a trigger. Is tag exists, right? And now I know it exists. I mean, I know that this trigger is real because it's in the script docs. Yes, the script docs are very important. I don't know if the hashtags make it harder to read. It just does for me. I don't know. It just makes it look cluttered. I don't know how to explain. It looks cluttered now. I don't know. But like I was guessing in my mission thing here. Also, I don't know why I'm opening this. I have it already open. And replace with a space something, dude. Honestly, that's so true. Wait a minute. Is there a replace button? So you're so right. Search. I don't want to search the whole. I don't want to search everything. I just want to search here. It must be a. Is it Control H? Yeah, for replace. Yeah, okay. Dude, that's you're so big brain. Yeah, I mean the spacing is. I don't like that the spacing is there, but. Hold on, maybe I can... Do we get rid of the space and just place it with nothing? That's a little better. It still feels cluttered, though. Okay, let me... Now I want to pull up the CK3 script docs, because I want to show you guys what I mean about how this looks weird. I'm gonna pull up CK3 script docs to show you what I mean about how this doesn't feel organized. Hold on. This is not meant to be shitting on the script docs in EU5, but now I just want to show this off. Give me a second. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook. Because CK3 script docs are so nice. They're like so beautiful, and I don't know how to explain why. Regardless, we had that tag exists over here, right? So we're gonna copy this over into our mission tree. I had exists underscore tag. See, imagine if I were just guessing at how to do the trigger, I'd be sitting here scratching my head like, why isn't this working? It's tag underscore exists. And then we need to find the tag for the Teutons, which is you know, probably pretty easy to do. I'm just gonna type in Teutonic and just see if we can find something. Teutonic order. Yeah, oh, this is like I'm just gonna look for anything in the game that has this, and then probably it'll be associated with the Teutonic tag at some point. Yeah, see there. So in order to get Teutonic, so this requires you to kind of understand the game a little bit. Basically, I'm seeing here there's a unique advance for the Teutons, and it's in a file called country underscore TEU. But we see here that it says has or had tag TEU. I'm gonna make the logical jump that TEU is the Teutonic orders tag. And if you're used to how these games work, that's a very easy jump to make. But obviously, if you have no experience in these games, then you might be thinking like, I'm not sure about that. This is probably the tag for Teutonic order. You know? So we'll go and throw this in here. There you go. That's all we'll do for visible for now. By the way, CK3, are you done loading? No, he's not done. Damn. That's gonna be the visible requirements. That's all we're gonna want for now. And then we'll worry about on completion later. So for now, we'll just be like, I don't know, let's look at some effects to figure it out. Look at some effects. So again, you have the effects. This is like everything you can do. Just for the sake of having something to fill in, we're gonna do on completion add arbitration equals 10. Arbitration, you know, just because so we have something, right? So we can test if things work, right? And then on abort, we'll do add arbitration minus 10. Cool. I don't know what this requirement is. Number of possible rows less than 1. Oh, this is how you fail, I guess. I guess like I'm trying to think of how you could really fail this mission. I don't know. We'll just keep it like that for now. If you have less than one rival, then you fail the mission. Isn't there a country folder in the game? Yes, there is. But navigating to it could be a pain, so instead we can just search and it's easy to find. But yes, there is like a folder that will have all the tags in the game on. Why does it take so long to load, bro? Why does it take so long to load? Oh, there you go. I say that and it's ready. So let's do script docs in here. So now we can look at CK3 script docs and you'll see what I mean. I don't know. I really like the script docs. So take a look at the triggers for CK3, okay? Yeah, whatever. This feels a lot more readable to me. I think maybe it's these lines that make the difference. Like if we compare, it must be the lines. It must be the lines. If it's not does not exist, then you fail. But then what if you conquer them? Is that like, you know? I think it's that CK3 has these lines on it. That's what makes it easier to read this. Yeah. But yeah, this for me is like really, really good. I just love CK3, okay? I just love CK3. Either way, we can close the game now. I literally just want to do that one thing real quick. Anyway, back to our missions here. So this for now is fine. We're gonna keep the we're gonna keep this here just as a filler. And now I actually want to launch the game with my mod and just see if like this pops up. That's the first thing I want to do. So, oh, actually, we should make it so tag. We should make it so that you have to be Poland for this. So I'm gonna assume that Poland is Pol, but if we just look up, yeah, see tag. If a country is a specified historical tag, so this is one of the triggers. We know that that's correct. And then I think Poland is probably going to be Pol, but let's see here. Let's type in Poland. That's not what. It's just like, I don't know if we will be able to find it, but I agree with the All Under Heaven is bad. Based. This is my own mod. All Under Heaven probably isn't as bad as I gave it, as I was mean. I was very mean to it, but I mean I felt like being mean. You also just type tag I guess, yes. But here we can see that there's a historic character he has tag Poland, so we know that it's Poland is the tag. To be fair, though, it's pretty easy to guess that. Either way, let's save this. And now I'm going to launch EU5 with my mod turned on. And let's see if the mission tree pops up. That's the first thing. We just see if we can have the mission tree pop up on screen. Right now, it's going to have the exact same mission as that one mission from the base game tree. Just for the sake of having something to fill in, but... yeah. I forgot this game loads so fast. Oh, I need to put the mods on. Hold on. Close. So let's go to our mods. Poland mission tree, let's turn that on. Yeah, apply. It's gonna have to reload the game now, I think. There's some issues with this playset. Yeah, I can imagine, but that's okay. I imagine this playset is in fact terrible, but that's okay. So the mod should be active right now. If we look, let me move the chat so you can see better. We can see that Poland mission tree is on. It's version 1.0, submissions for Poland. And now we can do new game. Alright. Back over here. Vic 3 for idiots. Bro, Vic 3's already for idiots. I'm joking. I'm joking. I love Vic 3. I love Vic 3. Yeah, pretty much. That's what you're saying, Dimitri, is more or less my exact complaints with the DLC. Yes. Carcass in the flesh. What's up, Nikita? Good to see you. Good evening. They have the best note, the Pachki? Interesting. I never had one. The game takes so long to load. We gotta figure out things to do while the game loads. I guess we can do coding, but I just want to see if this will work, if we will have a mission tree pop up. Make sure the game rules allow for missions, of course. Missions enabled. Let's go in as Poland. Let's just see. I'm hype. I'm gonna see if it's working here. Wouldn't that be cool if it were? Hey, I think I see it. There it is. Look at that. So obviously none of it's localized. But that's a step we get to much later. It has no completion rewards because we haven't typed anything in. Okay. But we can start it, and then it has one mission in it. Beautiful. This is what I was hoping to see. And again, we see that. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So mission tree is injected, just like Elf Destiny said. Mission tree is injected in here, so this isn't part of localization. This is just always added on to whatever you type in here. Interesting choice. But yeah. So we see that like this is reflective of what we've typed here. Although it did not have the army tradition gain from the completion. I did have on completion add army tradition, which maybe isn't working. How about if we did like root equals? This is just the classic. If things don't work, just do this. Maybe that'll work. I'm probably not going to update until we restart the game. But I do play with paper map only, yes. But yeah, that's good. So we're going to go back to the main menu then. And let's start trying to do some stuff. So let's go back to our Word document. Before we start writing anything, we plan. You always plan first, okay? So what do we want the tasks to be? So first of all, the main task of this tree is the annexation of the Teutonic Order. Okay? Like, obviously, right? That's the main thing. The question is, I'm actually going to relaunch the game again. The question is, how much of the Teutons do we want to conquer? So it's like, is the mission for the mission, not the tree? Maybe you're right. No, it's for the tree. This is not completion. It's for the whole tree. It doesn't matter. We'll figure that out later. The point is that we have the tree in the game, and that's good. So, full annex. Retake cores. I don't want typing in all caps. Full annex. Retake cores. Maybe a preset area. Maybe like I don't know. We have to figure out basically how hard we want to go against the Teutons. Because, like, what if the Teutons expand? What if they take land from Lithuania? Do you have to also conquer that land, right? Conquer Prussian territory more than core Prussian territory, Polishify Prussian territory. It is an interesting idea to do, like, Polishification, but I feel like that should be a separate mission tree. The conquest should be one mission tree, Polification could be another. Stephen Parker, you keep spamming that. It's so annoying. Oh my god. Mods killed this guy. I'm joking around. He's fine. It's fine. Let's look around a bit and just think about how much we want to conquer. I think obviously we want like at least the cores, because I think there's Poland has cores here, right? Yeah. We want at least all the cores. Polonization, I guess that's the right word for it. I'm not gonna indent this because it's too annoying to maintain. Create extra stuff. View preset area, yeah, maybe. Tertiary tasks are to prepare, remove every atom. True. Just to, like, prepare for the war. Now the problem is that I'm not even sure how you could necessarily do that, because like all you have in this early in the game is like you just have the sergeantry. But to be fair, we can make building the sergeantry be one of the things you're supposed to do. Like, this is reasonable to me, is build the sergeantry, right? So like build sergeantry. Maybe we could have one for making a fort up here. Although I don't know, like that's, I feel like that's gonna just be like, people don't want to really build forts, so I don't really want to make someone build a fort. The builds, how is that how you spell sergeantry, by the way? I don't know how to spell that word. No, there's no A in it. Cert. Yeah, it comes after. Sorry, that's a hard word to spell. God, learn to spell, bro. There you go. So building the sergeantry, I think, is a reasonable task for this. And then maybe like recruit one regular. I don't know, but it's like so stupid. Raise some levies, but you raise levies to go to war, so it doesn't make sense to raise levies beforehand. Maybe like acquire an alliance with somebody. Obviously, well. The interesting thing, the interesting thing, is that you start the game with an alliance with Lithuania, and that means that you, in theory, go to war with Teutonic Order right when the game starts. But I usually just break the alliance because I don't want to fight Teutons in Bohemia. So that's what I always do when I play Poland, is I immediately break the alliance, because if you don't, you're fighting Bohemia and the Teutons. But let's assume that you do not break the alliance with Lithuania, so you're going to be at war with the Teutons right away. The thing is that that's such a bad choice. I feel like I don't want to assume that. Maybe we keep it simple and don't get too complicated. Let's maybe not worry about that. Declared rivalry is good, but I think declared rivalry should be probably in the visible section. Not invisible, in the is there another section for like you're allowed to take it? I don't, let me check the we can actually check in the in-game missions. We can check if there's like a thing for being able to like having a requirement to start a mission. Why is my thing so weird? Okay, so there's visible, but I want one for like valid. That's what I'm looking for. They only have generic ones though. Enabled, is that the term for it? Yeah, there it is, enabled. Yeah, so we want, this is what we want. Enabled means you can click it. So visible is that it shows up, and then enabled is that you can click it. So I think we want to make it so it's enabled if you make a rivalry. That makes the most sense to me. Let's go look in our script docs for rival. So, not historical rival. Any rival. Okay. Any rival. This equals... Can we just do that? With that, let me see what the scope is for a rival. I assume it's a country, yes. So what you can do is, you see how it says supported targets? The target is when you put the equals. I guess we don't even necessarily need this. We can just do 2. But like the target is what you can say that the trigger is looking at, and the scope is what you can say the trigger is looking from. We have to do tag equals Teutons. Interesting. Let me see if I can find it. So now, okay, we have a question now about how to word this. Rather than guessing, we just search. We find an example of this trigger being used in the game, and we look at an example. So here we have, apparently, there's a trigger here, any rival, but it does not. It's not the setup we want. So I don't like this. Let's try something else. Any rival root. Okay, interesting that it roots. So it's saying that you have a spy network of 75 in that rival. Again, it's not the setup that we want. This is also not the setup that we want. We're looking for something that basically will help us figure out, like, you know, it'll help us figure out, like, how the syntax works. Is there one that just literally is for a tag? I wonder. Right now we're literally just browsing for examples. I think you're going to be right, though, that it's going to be tag equals Teuton. Because looking at how this is worded, it looks like it expects a block of information. I literally can't find an example where it just says, like, a tag, but I think it's a safe assumption that it's going to want tag based on looking at this. But this is how you learn how things work, is that you... There it is. See, oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Let ChatGPT do the coding? No, because I think ChatGPT probably doesn't know how to code for EU5, because it's not a language that's particularly common on the internet. So I doubt that it would work very well. Yeah, we're just going to assume that it's going to want tag equals Teuton. Because of how those other ones were worded. There you go. And we can check if that works as well by reloading the game, reloading the thing. Now, in theory, like, you could, like, continuously like reload every single time you make any change. And it's probably, again, it's probably for the best to be reloading and checking that what you're doing is correct very often. But as you get more comfortable with writing the code, you eventually will be able to make multiple changes, and then, you know, you won't be as needing to check constantly. Just depends. The Google AI doesn't give correct info for EU4 modding, probably not EU5 yet. Yeah, even then I would still be wary of it, because it's still, like, these are not common languages, you know, so you're not gonna be like finding information about it online, and the AI will just make stuff up to make sure that you're satisfied. But yeah. Creation 9% of unique historical events are AI slop. I don't know about that. They see. I think they're pretty much handwritten, most of them, but at least not all of them. But that's not the question. Is if the events are AI slop. It's if the AI that is online can understand how to parse EU5's syntax, which I don't think it can. By the way, build the sergeantry. Like, what else can you possibly do to prepare for war in EU5? I guess oh, maybe like get the nobles' approval, like get noble approval. That could be good, right? Make some cav. Well, we don't have manpower yet, right? So we have the sergeantry is the only source of manpower we have. Siege engines, but we don't have that. There's nothing like that in this game. We can't, you know, we don't do that. By the way, I want to see if this worked. I didn't change my game rules. That's really funny. Enable. Thankfully, you can just do it mid-game, which is very nice. Let's see if we look at this. You see that now? Look at that, dude. It's all coming together. It's I love how I'm so proud of like such a nothing achievement. But you see here that now in order to start this mission, we have to rival the Teutons. So it did work the way we wanted it to. And also, oh, we can also check. By the way, checking tags. Rather than doing it through code, you can also just do it in game with debug mode, right? So you can just check a tag by looking at them like this. That's another way to check. I forgot that that's an option. Good job, Tark. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so proud of myself. Make some weapons. I don't think we have... Can we even make weapons this early in the game? Like, we're in the super early games. There's, like, no... I guess there are weaponsmiths. No, you're right. So, yeah, okay. Weaponsmiths. That can be a good one. Get noble approval. Build weaponsmiths. And then, I think that the overall completion should probably be that you take all the cores. So, like, okay. 2 stages of completion. I'm gonna do that, okay? Reclaim cores. Then take the rest of Prussia. Now the thing is, like do we want to have it so that you have to conquer like all of this land, or maybe just some of it? Maybe we want to do a percentage, like something like you need to have a certain number of locations in this area rather than having to take the whole thing, because it might, I mean, it just feels really gamey to want the whole thing, whereas if you can just take like a certain percentage, it seems fine. Or you know what actually is a good way? Historically, you should just puppet them. That's fair. That's fair. So here's the thing. Actually, here's how we do it. Reclaim cores you have to do. So like, Poland owns Danzig plus cores, or we'll do Gdańsk. We'll be nice to the Poles plus cores, etc. Okay. Then you have some options. You have options for Teuton's fate. Okay. Reduce their location count to a number. We'll figure that out later. We'll just put in brackets a number. Okay. Make them a subject. Or full annex them. Like that would work too if they're just fully gone. I think this makes sense. Because that way it's like you're getting rid of them. Like you're making them irrelevant if you reduce their location count to a certain number. You take over their vassals. I think that should be a reward, maybe, is that you take over the vassals. But no, that doesn't. I don't want that. That's too OP. If you could just steal the Livonian Order just like that, it's a bit much. But what is this? What is this message? Do I sound German to you? Do I sound like I'm living in Germany to you, buddy? I'm thinking, oh, this is still someone that's already been muted. It's crazy, dude. I gotta hold on. Thank God for me for discovering you can block people in Restream. Michael Connor doesn't show up on the YouTube chat. He should. Interesting, he doesn't. Did I accidentally hide him? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is all this? I didn't. Yeah, did I hide him by accident? No shot, right? He should be in there. We'll steal away without a mod? That is true, it does do that. Okay, never mind. It's just leaking everything real quick, don't worry, guys. Actually, I think it's actually a pretty reasonable reward, I think, is if you make them a subject, you steal their subjects. Gotta be automod banning that comment. Subject. If you do, yeah, if you full annex Teutons, you get Livonian Order, that is true. I'm just thinking if you want to make it so that when you do these two tasks, like let's say that you don't full annex, you just do these two, then you still get the subject anyway. I think this should be like, this makes Livonia go free. Like the Teutons lose Livonia when this happens. And this one should also make them go free. But no, that's gonna feel bad because it feels like a debuff. We just leave this as is, I guess. Or transfer Livonia to Poland. Okay. Damn. Okay. This is reasonable. I think that this is good for a first mission, so let's start making it. Let's just start making it, bro. So let's take this impose embargo one. And let's targets fall off hard. So well, I'm doing a modding stream, it's not exactly gonna be popular. The first mission should be building the sergeantry. So mission underscore okay, I'm trying to think if I want to word these for organization purposes. I'm going to do PM, which is the prefix I'm using for all of my files for Poland missions. PM underscore sergeantry. Sure, let's just do that. So enabled is how you complete it, I believe, right? Yeah. Enabled equals... let's check if there's a way we can look for a trigger for having a building. Building? Any building type? Any buildings in location. Yes, that's good. I assume this will work for what we want, so like this. And now let's check how this works in the game file so we get an idea of how we use it. See? It's just looking through the localization right now. Do they like never use this trigger? Is that why it's like never in here? Wanting been a bit slow for E5, any reason why? The file structure is a bit confusing. That's one thing. Like I can see why it takes getting used to compared to EU4 or CK3. I still think CK3 is like the best for modding like ever. But this game feels really kind of tough to work with sometimes. Owner is root, building type. Interesting. Sailors produced. Okay. Buildings and location has to go in a actual location, right? So you have to scope to a location. So then we should scope probably to the capital. So let me see. For trigger, is there one for like capital? Proximity is province capital, is capital. Yes or no? Okay, hold on. So it should probably be any location. That's what we should probably take, like, oh god. Any location. Right, no, okay. Location. Probably should do owned location. Oh, I have this on, that's why I can't find anything. There you go. Any owned location. Okay, there you go. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. Equals any building in the location. Go up to Krakow. No, because you might move your. What if you move your capital, right? We don't want the person to be stuck in Krakow. Because you could. It's true that if you really want to make this easy, what you could do, quite literally, is you could just scope to this exact location. You could be like location 3725, or I guess Krakow. Like you could write it. I don't know how you would do it, but you could scope to this. But we want to take into account if the capital has moved. But the thing is, it's okay if we don't necessarily need to scope to the capital even. We just need the building in the location to be a sergeantry. So let's see if we can find like building type. Is that maybe what I'm looking for? Maybe not. Has building. There. This is looking for a particular building. Yes. So has building. God, the script docs are so useful. Oh my god, what is this? Bro? As building. And then we need to find what the name of the sergeantry is, so we'll just look up tree and then see if we can find it. There it is. It's just called sergeantry. Nice and easy. Okay. Nice and easy. So that should work. And then for duration, we don't need to worry about that. Bypass, there's no way to bypass this. You just you know. Oh my god, bro. Why? What are these people in the chat, bro? I don't think we need a way to bypass this. On completion, what should we do on completion? Maybe we can raise. Maybe this can raise some cavalry. That sounds kind of good, actually. So let's look at some effects. God, bro, why is my weird? Let's look at some effects real quick. See if we can find one for making a we can find one for making army. So is that working for getting rid of the person in you? It's not. Okay, that's good to know. Oh my god. Bro. Please stop. I wish that YouTube moderation was better. Twitch has YouTube beat on one thing, and that's moderation. It's Twitch is much better about moderation. By the way, on completion, I think we want to raise an army. Pessimistic torsion, so true. Can we do something like that? Create army country. No, not country. Add army tradition. No. We can maybe add some army tradition though, but nah. Okay. Spawn army levy unit. We don't want it to be a levy. Set army tradition. Random army. Nope. Raise levies. Ordered army. Nope. Every army. Nope. Creates army. Okay. Create army country. I don't want it to be a country though. I want it to just be like create some regulars. What if I do regular? Regiment? Regular. I already did regular. Fuck. Okay, are there any events in the game that raise units? Just like give you men. I'm trying to think if there's any events that do that in the game. We can find an example of how to do it. Would this be what we have to do? Spawn army levy unit? How about we just type spawn? Maybe we can find something with that. Create subunit with owner. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, no, okay, that's not gonna work. Mercenaries? Check for mercenaries. Yeah, I think. Is a sub-unit an army unit? That could, because it says here, iterate through all sub-units in a mercenary. And I'm pretty sure that sub-units here refers to regiments, doesn't it? Feels like it does. Hire mercenary. Yeah, see, this is an example. Hire mercenary. We could do it as a mercenary, but I kind of want it to be some regulars. I want it to be like you get some cavalry or something. Create mercenary. Okay, let's check that subunit one. Hold on. Army. We get a bonus to manpower? Yeah, we could just give you some manpower, that's true. Wasn't there one that was had a subunit in it? I'm misremembering. Yes, but this scopes to a unit. This won't work. I don't think it's gonna work anyway. Because the scope is not gonna be right. Oh no, okay, wait, create subunit. Yeah, see, this should be the one I'm thinking of. Because you see how it says supported scope location? I believe this is going to be what I want it to be, and to check, I'm going to, again, search, just see what I can find. This is... Yeah, see, look at this, create subunit, and then it spawns a unit type. Perfect, this is what I wanted. So this effect is called create subunit. And then what kind of units do you want to spawn? Probably shouldn't be anything too OP. What units can Poland hire? I don't know, let's see. It could just be some armored horsemen. How about that? The problem is it has like a manpower maintenance requirement, but I think because the sergeantry will give you 5, so we could spawn like maybe 3. Light cavalry? No, well, I guess we could do the regular horsemen, but I feel like armored horsemen are much better. How about like 1 armored horseman and 2 regular horsemen? Let's do that. Oh, it even has the unit type here in debug mode, so we can find it. See, this is a very good debug mode. You see, it has A_horseman. We know the name of this, and this one is going to be A_armored horseman. We can do that. But we need to pick a location first. Hold on. So let's do capital. So wait, it needs to be. We need to so create subunit. I'm gonna make sure that I have this down so I remember it. But we need to find another thing as well. We need to also find the effect for like a location, which should be too tough to do. Effects. Look. Oh, this is good. Never mind. It's tough to search. Never mind. Hold on. We can just look at the example from here. Capital. Can you just do that? I am back to stream. What's up, Taitar to Roulettes? What's up, buddy? You can just type in capital? Is it actually that easy? That's insane. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah. Let's see why not. So it's gonna be unit type colon. Now, when it comes to this colon stuff, I'll be honest with you. Horseman. I'll be honest with you, I don't actually know like how to explain when things need this like this thing plus colon and then the actual thing. I don't know like the logic behind when you have to use it. I just know from experience and from copying when you have to use it. So, you know, oh well. But sometimes you have to do this weird like thing where you sort of say what you declare what you're trying to do. Okay, great. So I want to test this right away because I don't see why not. Let's just immediately test this. Let's quit the game real quick and then reload. Colon equals scope type. Okay, I see. Yeah, I just don't know like in what contexts you would need to do it. I just know when to do it from seeing like when the game does it. We're gonna test see if this works. We'll build. It doesn't take long to build a sergeant tree, so we'll just build one and see if we can click it, and then boom, right? See if that works. It is really interesting though how the script, the names for things in script is so misaligned from what they're called in game. It makes it a bit confusing to work with, but oh well. Right. Game's loading. Yep, new game. Excuse my burps. So my cat's here. Hello. You want to come see the people? The people? Hello. Come on. Point the camera down. Hi. Oh, and she's leaving. And she's leaving. You get a brief glimpse. A brief glimpse at the cat. So, this is Kyra. How's new PC working? It's amazing. Quite good. Very happy with it. She tail whipped me, dude. My defense is lower. I'm surprised if this works by just typing in capital. That feels really weird to me. I feel like normally it's never that easy. It's never that easy. It can't be. But it looks like it works. I mean, at least this is like an event, so it looks like it works with the event. But I assume that the route in the mission is also going to just be your country. Forget to enable missions. Alright, great. So, in order to start the missions, we have to rival Teutons. Oh, you can't rival Teutons. Okay, hold on. We might have to amend that requirement then, because you can't rival the Teutons. So, hold on, real quick. That makes this mission tree not work very well. Let's just leave this always equals yes for now. No big deal. I don't think that's going to update mid-game, but... Oh, the game crashed. Yep. You hate to see it. That's probably because I was updating stuff in the middle of playing. I'll be, you know, sometimes that can get weird. But yeah, we'll try that again. That's funny, though. But in the meantime, while that's loading, let's think about the next mission. I say that it's already done loading. The new computer means I'm so flustered about how fast everything is, man. Normally this would take me forever to load. Alright, we have pull a mission tree on. Alright, now while this actually loads, let's think about what the next mission will be. So you make your sergeant tree, right? And that's the start, is that you get some cavalry, you have your sergeantry, and you're like, yay, okay, I'm feeling good, right? Now, what do you want to do next? Get the noble approval and build weapon smiths. Next mission is declaring the war. Well... Yeah. Could just be declaring the war. The thing is, you might already be in the war, and I think that declaring the war probably shouldn't be a task of its own. That feels a little bit too simple. I like the idea of the noble approval, so I want to do one for like mission underscore PM underscore nobles approve invasion, something like that. Like get them on your side. What is the G word? I don't know what that is. Is it gaming? Can you game in EU5? Yeah, probably, maybe. Missions. There we go. So there, it's here now. Teutonic Wars. PM Sergeantry. Okay, looks like I must need to scope type for this, don't I? But I think it's gonna be that I need to do a scope type. So probably it needs to be building. Is it building underscore type maybe? I imagine that's what the problem is here. If I do this, will it immediately? Yeah, see, like now, no, not. Let's see if I can find an example. Yeah, see, build. Okay, that's my own file. Building your state's also opinion of other countries or something with that, but you can't really do that. Like, there's no way to modify that in game, so there's not much point to that. Is this just frozen? Oh, it's frozen. That's why it's not working. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. It's not frozen. Being weird. So, sergeantry. Is there ever a time when the sergeantry appears in the game? Here we go. See, look. See here. It says construct building. Building type equals building type sergeantry. I think we have to do it like this. So this feels very redundant, but like, you know, we'll do it if we can. But damn it, something is weird with my VS Code. It gets weird. Let's maybe do like this. Any buildings in location, building type. That work? Yay! Look at that. That worked. There you go. That's what you do when something doesn't work. You look for it in the game files and copy it. So now to do this mission, you have to, like, you know, we have to do this, and then it shouldn't take too long to do. So we'll just do it manually. Oh god, so many events. Build a sergeantry, come on. Yeah, no one asked. No one asked. And now we should be able to complete the mission. Oh, okay, well, we just ended the whole mission tree, but it didn't make the units. So I think that probably capital is not going to work. I get the feeling that's not going to work, which is what I thought. So let's try something different. It didn't spawn the units. But the rest of it worked, though. The rest of it did work. Owned location. I want to do, like... Is there a way I can just type capital? Capital? Hello? Set capital. I guess we could just do like random location and then limit it to is the capital. So we do random location. Does that work? Is there no random location? Oh, random. We can do maybe like. Let me look for an example where they did like maybe this actually has something. Scope, target capital, province definition, Albania province. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you have to do it like super manually. Maybe spawn it in Krakow. Say get what you want. I want to scope to my country's capital. The capital location. But it seems like because what they do here is they actually like at least in this example, they actually like define the province and then save it as a custom scope. And it's like, okay, interesting. Maybe I could find a better example. Let's type in capital and see what I can find. Scope target capital, yes, but target capital is a custom scope defined over here. Use capital equals. That didn't seem to work for us here. But here it didn't work correctly. Could be that the create subunit to test. Let's do a quick like is there like an add development effect? So now we're gonna test what part of this is broken. So is the create subunit thing broken or is the capital thing broken? To test that, we're gonna use an effect that we know will probably work. So like we're just gonna do change development, right? And we're gonna do like change development equals 1, whatever, right? And this way we can sort of I'm pretty sure that if capital works, then change development should be a pretty easy modifier to use. Like if I check in search, it should be that it's relatively simply used for that. Oh no, apparently. Okay, here we'll just. Apparently, it's more complex than I thought it was gonna be. Of course. Of course. Like this. Oh, it could just be a value, but no, it's gonna be like that. There, like that. Let's reload the mod. And let's see if this works, because that would say that then capital works, and then this is the problem, but I'm not sure what's wrong with subunit. Yeah, see, because it uses a location. Create subunit of the specified category. Is it a unit type, and we use the unit type, right? Bro is modding the arcade game? Damn right. Trying to make something interesting here, you know? We'll figure out a different enable for this later. We could do it off of bellicose value, but I think actually it's okay to just let this be always enabled, that you can always engage in the Teutonic Wars. We're gonna have to add more visible requirements though, because like, or maybe we'll have to do like a variable at the end of this. I don't know. Okay. Great. Okay. Let's see now. Teutonic Wars. Yes, this is the new mission we haven't done anything with yet, but we'll get there. Build the sergeantry, let's do that. Interesting how it already considers it to be complete because I just started building it. That's a bit weird. I'm not sure how to stop that, but it looks like if we click this... Oh, and that crashed the game. Wow, okay, weird. That's weird. I'm not sure why that caused it to crash, but something clearly is wrong. Something is clearly very wrong. For now, let's just note these out so it doesn't cause any problems. Okay. That one could be in what was causing a problem, you never know. Grab the code and ask CHP, bro. Who is CHP? The game died of cringe, dude, so true. It probably crashed because I had that mission that had nothing in it. Oh, my cats are chasing each other, and they're kind of fighting. Stop fighting! Oh, they actually stopped when I said that. That's crazy. No, that doesn't normally work. Normally they don't listen when I say stop fighting. Okay, they kept fighting. Give me a second. Give me a second. Right. Okay. Let's see. Gen. I click this. Did we gain? I didn't check what our development was at first, so I don't know if it actually gained anything. That's I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. Oh, we can check pretty easily though what the starting development. So it was 24 after we clicked it. Is it 23 or is it different than 24? Let's see. Oh, I'm so dumb, chat. Create subunit with owner? Yeah, we can try that. I just want to see if the development thing worked. I want to see if like the capital thing works at all. Alright, so when we clicked the thing, the development was 24. And on game start it's actually 24. So it didn't looks like it's the capital is not working. This seems to be what the problem is. Do I have to just say root? Is that like do I have to just do root.capital? Is that Let me check the event targets and see if capital is one of or like if capital is one of them. Yeah. So maybe if we just do root.capital instead. I feel like that's really weird though. You shouldn't have to do that. Because everything else, like, I guess I defined root. Maybe we do have to define root. Like actually. I don't think just putting root.capital is going to make it work, will it? Let me find an example with the other missions. So if we look at the base game missions, let's see if there's an example where they go to the capital of a place. They must, right? What do you mean by input scopes? That's like thing. So like let's say I want to talk about the capital of something. Well, I can't refer to the capital of a unit type, let's say. So for example, if I were to type in here a_horseman.capital, this will give me an error because it's like there's no such thing as a capital of a horseman, right? So that's not going to work. But root in this case will refer to a country, at least it should. Root is like sort of like these predefined things in the code about whenever you're like typing something in, you have like a root that's going on. It's I don't know how to explain it very well. I'm not really like much of a coder, okay? But basically root here is going to be referring to Poland in theory, but I don't know if it will or not. So I'm doing root.capital, and that's saying that will work because root in this case is referring to Poland. Poland is a country, so that will be valid, essentially, is the best way I can think to explain it. I was looking for other missions, right? In the base game. What is capital cavalry? Mongolia. So true. So true. Transmission. So let's just see like generic infrastructure. See how it says here add country modifier? It doesn't need to say root because the root is the country. So I shouldn't need to put root.capital. That's so weird. Do I need to do capital.region? Again, I shouldn't need to do that though. See, look, it does it here. It just says capital add location modifier. So yeah, it shouldn't need to be. It should just work with just writing capital. It doesn't it? I guess we can do some type with owner. Oh, you know why this doesn't work? Development, I bet development is a province, not a location thing, right? Like, I bet that's actually why it didn't work. If you look at our effects, look at change development. This is actually a good example to explain input scopes. Never mind, it's by location. Okay, I gave up. I don't know. I thought I was going to say maybe supported scope should be like province, not location. Because that happens a lot in CK3, is you don't differentiate between province, barony, and county. And those are 3 different things in CK3, and it can get confusing. But yeah, here, I don't know why it doesn't work. Yeah, okay, let's get rid of this then. Let's do subunit with owner, I guess. Let's look at how that works in the effects log. Did it go to 24.1? Did it really? I guess we can test. I don't have missions on, you fool. We can test it real quick. It's enabled. So right now development is 24. Go to missions. The game crashes. Doesn't. No, never mind. I thought I was crashing. But Origin tree. Click it. So right now development is 24. And it's still 24. It didn't go up. And I haven't saved this, so whatever. It's fine. I'm switching out back to removing the confused status effect. So true. So true, dude. Like it's Pokemon. Type equals type, owner equals country, origin equals... Yeah, okay, we'll do it. That. But why is it so weird when it swaps tabs? It's root. Then origin should be capital. It should work to do this, root.capital. I want to see an example of this maybe though in the game code so I can see how they do it. Just take a look here. Search low faster, please. Hello? Maybe this is never used in the code. I don't know. Could be the game never uses this effect. Sometimes they do that. No, they do have some. Oh, you don't have to do the type. Okay, you have to do scope. Oh, but this is the custom scope. Is there another example? Doesn't use custom scopes, maybe? Oh, you have to do C. We can do C Poland, I guess. Can we not do root? You know what we can do? This will make things a lot easier for us. I believe in missions there's like you can like define things when it like on start. I think it's, hold on, give me a second here. If we look in here, missions, I believe you can do on start effects. Yeah, see on start. Let's just go in here. Let's just go on start. Okay. We're just gonna do C poll equals. Okay. Save scope. Okay. I think we can do save. We're just gonna give Poland like a name. We're gonna call this Poland. Okay. This way, it's a lot easier to scope to Poland just in general. Okay. So now what I could do is I could do owner. I could do scope Poland. We don't need unit type here apparently. Okay. Just increasing crack, see how it works. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. It's lazy. Like that should work, right? I think that should work. Let's copy this. Replace horseman with armored horseman. Copy it again. We're gonna see if this works. And we should also check our brackets. I think our brackets are good though. Good. Okay. I wonder if there's a way we can make it so that this doesn't complete before the building's complete though. We'll capitalize when you defined it. Okay, let's just decapitalize it. Good catch. Good catch, sir. Appreciate that. And since we're here, let's also define the Teutons. Let's just be like Teutons, save scope, Teutons. Right? I should also check Like, see, you can do stuff like setting variables and blah blah blah. But yeah, I should what did I want to check? I forgot what I was gonna check. It's okay. Let's see if that works now. Let's put here. Enable it. Did I save? I did not save. Oh, good check. Good check on my part. Fly. See if this works. But yeah, the capital thing should work because it works in the other missions. Like, I'm assuming these missions function. So the fact that capital is used in these makes sense. Root capital equals. No, I want to keep this. Oh wait, no, you're right. We should get rid of that. Wait a minute, you're totally right. Yeah, we don't need that. No, wait. Let me check the. Wait, hold on. Maybe you're not right. I have to check the scope on this. See, the thing is, the supported scope for creating a subunit with an owner is a location. So actually, we need to keep capital because we have to have a location that we're scoping from. So if we were to remove this capital thing, it would give an error because our scope would be a country, and that's not a valid scope for creating a subunit with an owner. So actually, no, we have to keep that. Big brain. Huge brain. Gigantic brain. Noble pool was going to be probably pretty easy. Building officers will be pretty easy. Interesting design choice. Yeah, that's what I mean about how EU5 feels weird. CK3's coding feels so good, but I remember when I was doing a bit of EU4 modding for a mega campaign, it was like I found it to be really, really hard to use. But that was also because EU4 came out in an earlier rendition of the engine that these games run on, so it had less tools. Like, it was basically just overall like a bit harder to work with game just by the nature of its creation compared to CK3. But even EU5 though is feeling kind of weird. But I mean, it's okay though, no big deal. The missions. Wow. Okay, game crash. We have a problem. We have some kind of very bad problem. What is the problem? Usually when that happens, you got something messed up with your brackets. Kirk points what EU5 code? So true. Brackets seem fine. Wonder why that crashed. I really don't know. Track goes up to here, right? Yeah. Wow, I actually have like no idea why that crashed. I'm just gonna try it again. I don't know. That was weird. Yeah, EU4 modding is painful. CK3, I think, is probably the easiest game to mod. It's the most friendly for modders, I'd say. Victoria 3 is like, okay, but Victoria 3 has some weird stuff going on. Worked with Lua and XML before, and Yomini script is always weird to me in comparison. Yeah, I don't know. It's the only script I've ever worked with, so basically it's the greatest thing ever. It's all I've worked with. I'm just gonna see if that crash happens again. It could have been some weird stuff because I like loaded and reloaded the game. Like maybe now that I've quit completely and reloaded, it'll be better. I don't know. Modding is so time consuming, dude. It's so time consuming. You hate to see it. Love buying, I love EU5. Win-win. Huge true. Huge true D-Pamer. Why is there a swan here? Or is it a goose? It must be a swan. Why is it there? Hanging out with Martin Luther. Enabled. This time it did not crash. Whatever. Build our sergeantry. And it did not build the units. It still didn't make the units. Hmm. Why? 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 You never know. Let's just do scope Poland dot capital. You never know, dude. You never know. Could be that that's what we need to do. Like I've defined the tag of Poland as Poland. Let me actually check though. This I wonder if does the scope last throughout the entire mission? I wonder though. This is not gonna get me what I want. What am I doing? Let's do let's check the missions. Just not search that way. Let's check the missions instead. Not these. On start. Like, can you just save a scope like that? I'm not sure if that even works. I think you have to set variables rather. If you're praying to the programming language, dude, I should give that a shot. You're so real for that. It could be that you can't just like set scopes in the on start. Could we have to set variables? Damn, dude. Why is it gotta be so complicated? I think this probably isn't actually doing anything. Just gonna do this and see if maybe it works. Because we haven't actually tried just like keeping it simple like this yet. We've been changing a lot of variables all at once. Let's reapply the mod real quick. Did it change? Try using like WTO's Paradox language services. imagine using extensions. Are you weak, Connor? Are you weak? Is that why you need to use a Paradox language service? We learned the good old fashioned way by copying the code and then just figuring it out. Okay. It's no fun if the extension just tells you what to do, because then you're just doing what the extension says. Where's the fun in that? I'd rather sit here frustrated and try to figure things out. It makes better content. Even though if I want to make good content, I should not ever do coding on stream. Mod streams are a terrible idea for me in terms of content. They always do poorly, but I kind of like them. I just kind of find it neat. In the words of Marge Simpson, I just find of. Never mind. I can't talk. Okay, let's see. This time it'll totally work, right? Like, there's no shot it won't work. No. No. Ugh. Why? Why do you do this to me? Get rid of these first of all. I don't need this anymore. They use root in here, dude. They use root. What if we just put the duration up to like 1 day? I don't get what's wrong with this. Because even the development thing wasn't working. Unless I'm misunderstanding the on completion effect, it could be that that's what's wrong here. No, I don't think so. Maybe I need to define the target? Is that what it is? Do all of these define targets in the beginning? Let's see. No. It says some variables, and that's for future missions. I know why they're doing that. I get why there's variables. Where is this defined? Select trigger. Maybe there's something going on with this. There's some sort of thing. I have to like do something with this. I can't just type in capital for some reason. But it doesn't make sense because they use capital in these missions. Like they just type in capital sometimes. So I think they did, didn't they? They didn't. Like, why can't I, like, if I just go in here and I just do this, get rid of the extra bracket, and I'm just gonna comment out these for now, come back to it. I just want to see if I can make a effect happen on the capital. Brackets line. Get me out of here and reload. Did I save? Because right now it feels like I can't get anything to happen in the capital. It could be because the duration was 0. Could that possibly be it? Is like because there was like 0 days, it never completes properly. Like maybe maybe. In which case, fine, we can add a 1-day completion to it, but that just feels weird though. I just started drinking coffee, chat. I'm tired this morning because I didn't have a very good sleep. Because my I mentioned earlier, my cat's been peeing the bed lately, and that means I've had to like kind of like, be half awake most of the time. I check my analytics, but I'm doing terribly. Very good, good stream. I've had to be like kind of vigilant at night to make sure my cat's not like peeing on the bed. Makes it hard to sleep. She did it for like a couple days in a row now. I don't get why. The litter boxes are clean. My best guess is that my other cat's causing her anxiety because they tend to fight quite a bit. We've been working on that, but yeah, pissing the bed is real annoying because I have to wash the blanket and the sheets and everything when that happens, and it's happened like several times now. So I've had this, I've had this, this like blanket like going back and forth between like drying, and like being I have it hanging up in my shower so it can dry. And it's like really annoying needing to hang it up, take it down, then it gets pissed on, hang it up, take it down, etc. Game crash. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, it seems like we have to completely. Whenever we make a change to the mod, we have to completely reload the whole game. We can't just like. We can't just like reload back to the main menu for some reason. Bit annoying. Yeah, your cat, dude. True. Yep. I pee the bed actually. I'm the Giga Chad that pees the bed. You haven't showered in days? Yeah, obviously. Like what? Bro, last time I showered was months ago. Obviously. If I shower, then I lose my like my gamer grease. It makes me less agile on the keyboard, you know? It's not as efficient. Okay. So currently, development in Krakow is 24. It's still 24. Dude, I can't even, I can't even get it to trigger like any. You give it 1 day, I guess. See, it didn't do it. Yeah, it didn't do anything. I can't even get it to give development. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong here. It must just be that you can't type capital in here, even though the game types capital in there. Well, I guess it doesn't. But no, it does. It just does it in an else statement, but it still does. It's using the capital as an effect. I'm upset, chat. Upset. Ugh. Angry. I guess we could try doing one of these select triggers, but like, this seems just needlessly complicated for what I'm trying to do. I really don't want to. I don't need to do anything this complicated. Check the info tab. Give me something. Give me something here. Effect. it just had just do an effect. Okay. Apparently I'm not allowed to. Apparently I'm not allowed to do an effect. Can't just change development. I must just be stupid. It must be that. Oh, I should do it this way, by the way. That's how we can make the discharge work properly. Figure that out at least. Now that's gonna actually like require you to have it built, not just start building it. What if I just define this as Krakow? Let's do that because that's what chat was saying. What if we just say it has to be in Krakow? First of all, I don't know if we need to put any. If I type this in here, location Krakow. So can we literally just do like location like that? Is that an effect that we can do? I guess yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. Let's try this. Let's close the game again. If this, I don't like doing it this way, but if we have to, we have to, I guess. Because it feels Like this doesn't. This is bad because of the contingencies of what if Krakow gets conquered, which to be fair, like okay, that's unlikely, but what if it does? And then what if you move your capital? Like, well, don't move your capital, I guess. Lol. I just want to see if we can make an effect happen though. Like, damn, bro, I'm getting fucked up. I'm like in a boxing match with the EU5 modding right now, and I'm getting wrecked. Damn, we almost have as many viewers on Twitch as we have on YouTube. A rarity in today's world. It's happening in on here. It's happening on Discord. A 1.2 kilometer walk. Wow, impressive. Dude, who plays EU4 in today's economy? Who does that? Imagine. Pretty cool Carolus the 12th quote there. Wow. Okay. Poland. I'm asking you nicely to gain some development when I complete this mission. Please. I don't think it's gonna work, guys. At least this works now, so we have to wait until it actually builds. Okay, so now this can be completed. We click it, give it a day. Yeah, it didn't give any development. Okay. I don't understand. I literally defined an exact location. Did I spell completion wrong? Is that... Wouldn't that be funny? Did I spell completion wrong? Pretty sure I didn't spell completion wrong. Unless... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That is correct. No, it's right. Yeah, it's spelled right. I did not do a spelling error. That'd be really funny. I'm missing. Is it the way I've named the mission? But that wouldn't make sense either, because then it wouldn't work at all, would it? And these don't need to have special names. They are called estate cooperation. What? Maybe it has to begin with the word mission? It does begin with the word mission. Oh my goodness. Not even that is like an excuse. Do any missions work? Is it just that all missions are fucked? Surely not. Like, see, this has effects, right? This does things. Does an allocation-based effect to work, right? Nope. Got any effects to work on completion. What about, like, okay, give me, like... Capable cabinet me. Wait a minute, I have a thought. I have a thought. Oh my... Dude, chat. You see... I need to go to that. If you... Oh my god, is this? Oh man. Mm, yeah, that's what it is. Mm. It was set to only mission and rewards, but it's supposed to be every task rewards. How about we well, now we'd have to reload now to look at it again, but oh man. Oh man. Okay, well, real quick then. Hold on. Just move that out of the way there. This is I'm pretty sure then that capital is going to work. It's actually just a me problem. It's completely a me problem. So I was like, oh, interesting. None of these missions seem to have rewards on their tasks. Wow. I'm gonna get rid of the capital one because I don't actually want that to happen. And let's just see if this works. Actually, no, keep it there for testing. Just okay. Okay. I need to go to the washroom and like piss in embarrassment. It's so funny. No, I mean, I just totally forgot that that's a game rule, is whether or not the every task gives you a reward or not. Totally forgot. Gotta miss my hair, guys. If I had my hair, I could cover my face right now and hide, but instead I'm stuck here, exposed. Mood was sitting where only the fun word worked. Craziness. Yeah, that's funny. I've wasted God knows how much time trying to figure this out, and it was a game rule, dude. It was a game rule. Pissing in the washroom, washing in the piss room. Damn right. That's how we do it. I'm gonna pick my nose on stream just to spite all of you. Okay, missions on. All rewards on. Every task rewards, yes. Like Poland. Mansion, Teutonic Wars. Oh, yes. Oh, dude. Yes. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna go off the fact that it's displaying the effects that it will work. Let's just, for the sake of for the sake of testing though anyway. Oh. On speed 5. Mashing enter to get through these. Rest in peace. King can always be trusted, it's true. Okay, click this. After 1 day, we should then gain the reward. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, like a real programmer. I know this shit is actually a totally different random config file thing. Yes, I've gotten the programming experience. Okay, thank God. It works. I was gonna lose my mind if we didn't figure it out soon, okay? I know it's only been, how long have we been streaming now? It's only been 2.5 hours, and we've done one thing, okay? But I gotta use the washroom real quick and then we'll resume doing this, okay? Okay. 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 Did he do it? Yes, he did it. I literally had a wrong game roll. So stupid. Anyway, let's work on the next the camera a little bit. There you go. All right. Let's work on, you know, a little more. Liked it when it was the chair. Yeah, I know, right? Same here. Same here. The world's slowest modder. It's really true. Yeah. So next task is to appease the nobility. Okay. So in terms of what I have it, like what this is supposed to mean to me, also for the duration, let's make this like maybe 120, like 4 months, 120 days, and I'm gonna add another enable that you have to have a little bit of manpower, so that you don't just immediately like go into a manpower deficit. Where's my effects log? Effects. Or no, triggers. It's just trigger. Sorry. Trigger. Manpower. Not yearly manpower. I just want a current manpower, at least like 50. That way you have to have the sergeantry for a bit. So manpower greater than or equal to 50. There you go. That's it. The simple. That way you have to the sergeant has to build up some manpower for a bit, and then you're good. So this is the first mission. So when you imagine the tree, right? Okay. You go down, and I want it to split into nobles and split into a different one. So we'll have like a we'll have like another one available after this. But I'm just gonna copy all this in and then delete the contents of it real quick so we can have the same formatting. There we go. We'll keep the icon, I guess, because this, and then just delete this stuff. Great. Brackets. Too many, I think. There we go. Okay, get rid of that stuff. There you go. And now we can do the enabled. So for the for this, I would be forced to stream setting up if I didn't have the chair. That's true. Also, a music? Can I get some music? Did I mute my audio by accident? Here, just keep the game running on speed 5. The music plays. Is it just a really quiet song, maybe? That's fine. The sounds of the game running in the background will be funny, I guess. Not too loud. Okay, good. So for this, I think it's pretty simple. We want the nobles to have like a certain level of approval. Let's just check trigger like noble. No, that's not gonna work. Estate. As estate. What's mod gonna be about? It looks cool. It's a Poland mission tree mod. Looking for average estate affection or satisfaction. How high is the average estate satisfaction? I want the is this gonna scope to the is this gonna scope to like the number that displays like in the tax? Like I want it, or rather I want it to be referring to this, to like not this satisfaction equilibrium. I want it to refer to this. No, wait. Oh no, this one. Sorry, not the equilibrium, just this one. The state satisfaction. If I just type satisfaction. Yeah, it's okay. The satisfaction of an estate. So this has to scope to an estate. Okay, so we have to scope to the nobles. Okay, okay, I get it. Mission tree. Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea. Let's do noble. No, it should probably be like estates. I'm gonna look in the game files for this and see if we can find an example of it being done. That's probably gonna be the best way to do this. Oh, this is gonna be tough though. really annoying, isn't it? That's it. Box. I'm trying to find an event that has a trigger that's like based on your estate satisfaction or something. That's what I'm looking for, I think. Did you get general something? Yeah, something like that. A general would probably be cool. Okay. How about if I do nobles estate, then see what we find. This is for privileges. God, click this. This is defining the estate. Okay, here we go. I think this is what I'm looking for. Estate satisfaction. Define the estates. Okay, I see. So we should be able to do then estate satisfaction nobles estate greater than, let's say, 0.6. So if I understand correctly, this is going to, I'm going to check for this now. Thank God we found that. I believe this is basically going to be saying that if the nobles have more than 60% satisfaction, then the mission can be completed. That's basically all it's going to be. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to be, because we have an example here where to build a rotten borough, the estate needs to have less than 50%. Yeah, I think that's going to be how it. And for example, here too, the privilege of Kojice, which we actually looked at, or Kojice, sorry, we actually looked at this a while ago when we were doing our stream as Poland. You have to have more than 80% satisfaction to revoke it. I think this will work exactly how I want it to work, which is perfect. So if you get the nobles to be satisfied, then on completion, let's maybe just generate a character. Well, let me think. What do we want to do? I think a CB would be nice. I think it'd be nice to get a CB on the Teutonic Order. So maybe like a Reconquest or Danzig or something. The thing is, making a CB could be difficult, so maybe I won't do it because it'll just be difficult to do. Not sure how much work that's going to require. Add Casus Belli. Okay. Maybe it's not that hard actually. Target, type, province, country. Nah, let's not do a CB. I feel like you should just make your own CB. I would like the idea of getting a general, but I want to see like does Poland already have a good general is the question. Because you see, there's no need to get a general because you already have your king and he's like an insane general, right? So I think giving a general is not a good idea. I want something else. What would be better? Like the CB is nice. I'm gonna put in my notes that grant a CB. Think about that. General? I don't like the general idea though. What else? What else could that give you? What do you think, chat? Give me some ideas if you want. If you'd like to, give some ideas. I don't like the general idea though, because you already have your king. There's no need for a general. Could add a modifier to the capital or something, but I don't really care much for capital. Like I don't really care for modifiers that much. Kill an enemy general instead, so helps with warfare. That's a funny idea to like get rid of the highest, to get rid of like, you know, one of the good characters from here. That's an interesting idea. How about just, you know what? Let's just keep it simple. How about just like a discipline modifier or something? Like it sounds very simple, but like just discipline modifier. No, actually, you know what I prefer? A quality value drift modifier. Now, whether you like quality or not, and maybe you don't like quality, but you don't have to diminish it if you don't want to do it, but like I feel like that feels more interesting to do a quality drift. Spy network on Teutons? That's actually not a bad idea, yeah. I like the idea of a spy network drift. Spy network on Teutons. And then you make your own CB. The nice thing about doing it as a spy network and not a CB is because, again, very unlikely situation, but what if the Teutons have lost all of their land in like this region, and my mission gives them gives you a CB on, like, let's say Danzig against the Teutonic Order, but they don't hold Danzig anymore, so it doesn't make any sense, right? That would be like a way that the mission tree could fail. So giving the spy network is much better. Make a player choice between quality and quantity. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, event to choose between quality or quantity. Quantity, there you go. Yeah, that's a better idea. That makes it less annoying for the player in case they want to go a quantity build. I'm thinking these two are good. This feels good. So then we'll start coding that out. So I guess it should be through an event, eh? Probably should be through an event. So let's do trigger events. I wonder if there are any good DHEs for Poland that might that we can maybe trigger with this as well. But let's leave that for now. There's actually the quality option. I like that, Connor. That's, see, now you're thinking. That's good. That's good. I like that. We should give quality bonus, so maybe still actually pick the quality option. Quantity option, I mean. A minus estate satisfaction. I see, yes, yes. For quantity, but nobles prefer quality. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. So let's look at making an event real quick. The events are stored in here. Where do we want to put it? I guess it can be part of mission events. That makes a lot of sense. The PM underscore Teutonic Wars mission events.txt. And we'll look at how to do missions in a second. Let's call the event just PM underscore Teutonic Wars mission. This is very long words, but okay, I'm alright with that. This is usually how you do event naming, by the way, is you just like, you have to have the same what's called namespace. So this has to be the same for all the events that are going to be in this file. Which, you know, we'll go make the namespace now, I guess. I believe that it's the same thing as in CK3, where you just type in namespace equals and you do that. And then you use numbers to differentiate the different options, like the different events. So this will be the first event in that list. Let me check how EU5 does events just to make sure that I understand, but pretty sure they do it the same way as CK3. See, yeah, so you define a namespace, and then you notice here that every event has to be called this namespace, sorry. This namespace, and then dot with a number. That's and you can, and that's like the naming convention. In theory, you can do dot whatever you want. You could do dot and then like words, but it's just that's the convention that the games use, is they always do dot and then numbers. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. We're trying to keep in line with the way the game runs itself. Well, trigger event. This I'm gonna add a comment here. This is the choice between quality and quantity. Okay. And then that's also the spy network. So I'm assuming there's an effect for spy network. The add spy network. Yeah, target. Yeah, okay. No big deal. I'm assuming I can do C2 like this. And then the value can be 50. That'd be a reasonable value, I think. Let's go look at an example in game though, just to make sure, because we want to make sure that we're doing things right. Here's an example. Target equals scope target. Okay, is there anything with a target with a tag? Yeah, see here, target C biz. Yeah, perfect. This is exactly how I set mine up, so this should work fine. You get 50 spy network in the Teutons. You make your CB, whatever you want to do. And let's do the event, I guess. I want to look at one of the base game events to help me figure out how to write this. Let's look at just, I don't know, a random Colonial Nation event. Look at Colonial Nation 14. I think we want to keep portraits. Let's look at something a little more standard. Yeah, this one. This is just like in CK3. They have the type, the title, the description. Illustration tags. Interesting. This must be for the background on it. It seems you should make the spy network suck. Against the Teutons, you have Reconquest. So that's a pretty good one because you have a core here. So it should be fine. We can use the fact that in the base game you already have a core to make the spy network worth using, because you have cores to begin with. That should be fine. Like, I think people will be able to use it effectively. So yeah, let's just copy all this in. This is pretty much how the events look in CK3 modding, so that's pretty cool. I hate that things are weird. Okay, let's rename it though, of course. Actually, let me do this smartly. Someone just follow? How could you? I'm joking. Thanks for the follow. Who was it? I gotta check who it was. Oh, I was too slow. I don't know. Let me see. Maybe it says it on Twitch. Elroher. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Okay. For now, we'll keep these tags just how they are because we can mess with the tag. We can mess with these illustrations later. That's just like the background. Event illustration pop type effect. I don't know what that is. It looks like this event just about the illustration, so I guess we'll keep it. And then we have the options, and this is the buttons that you click. So we'll do this dot A. This is gonna be the quality option. The question: do we want to add a drift or do we want to add a flat value? I think we do a bit of both. Let's do like a small immediate boost, then also a modifier that gives you a drift. Value drift. That no. Value change value. No, damn. I was gonna type in value and then hope I could find it maybe. Oh my god, bro, stop being so far to the right. Let's see. Set societal value. Okay, let's try looking for societal value. Change side. There you go. Change societal value. Perfect. That we want. So change societal value. Then I assume we have to just say it doesn't have any advice on how to do it. Well, again, we can just look in the game files for an example. If you ever don't know how to do something, look in the game values. So we have to do type and value. Okay, got it. That example again. So we're gonna do, I guess, quality versus quantity. Can we find an example of it so I know how to make sure that it's not spelled differently for no reason? I'm gonna type in quality underscore verse. Yeah, it is quality versus quantity. Okay. So quality seems to be the negative and quantity is the positive. So we're gonna do like you immediately get like minus 10. That's 20. How much value? I mean, that's a big jump. 20. Let's maybe just do 10. You immediately get that, and let's also apply a modifier to your country, which will give you a drift as well. So I believe we can literally just do like add country modifier. What this affects? Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, there. It's easy. I knew that. I knew that was gonna exist. I knew it. Add country modifier. Or this will be the second option. We have to make it. So the name is gonna be I'm literally just gonna like I'm gonna be really lazy with it. I'm literally just gonna take this and then do underscore quantity value modifier. I'm really bad at giving like concise names to things when I do these mods, so you know it is what it is. Also, like, can we please get the EU5 music playing? Can we just go back to the main menu? Will that make it start playing music again? There you go. Thank you. That's better. That seems good. And then for how long is the question? Is it gonna need yeah, let's do like for 10 years. 10 years sounds fine. It's not too long, not too short. We should also do the wait, why? Oh wait, I realized that I should be doing it on both. This is the quantity one. This could be the quality one. Figure out in a second though. I need to do a modifier for both options. Is what I'm realizing. It's my bad. It'll be the quality one. Is there anything else I needed to check here? Size equals X, description equals string. I'm not sure if we need to do that. Let's take a look at other examples to make sure we're doing it right. Interesting how it says modifier in here, but in the log it said name. Did they mess up their log? I think they messed up their log. It's funny. This should say modifier, not name. Which is how it's done in CK3, by the way. Right, modifier, not name. Now we can go and define these modifiers. So let's go to our modifier section. Where do we find that? Where do we find modifiers? Let's take a look at the examples. So in this country modifier example, it's called additional tribute. Let's just see if we can find where that's located. I picked a really bad choice for to look for a modifier, didn't I? This got such a common name. Well, try one that's a little more specific, maybe. Okay, let's try this modifier. It's stored in main menu. Wow. All right. Well, I love how this game is coded. Got him. Let's go to, instead of being in common, we have to be in main menu. And of course, it looks like I got rid of the folder for that. See how it looks here then. I assume it goes in common. Not definitely part of the main menu. Yep, that's weird, but well, common. I got rid of the folders for it, dude. looks like it'll be in the static modifiers. Imagine if people invented IntelliSense. What does it even mean? Let's add a, yeah, then it's just text files, okay. Oh. Static modifiers, add a file. This is going to be PM underscore, I'm just going to do, well, I was going to say I'm just going to do modifiers. That's lazy, though. We're going to do Teutonic Wars modifiers.txt. That way we don't get too lazy with it. We don't want to be too bad, right? Also, don't forget to save this with BOM, of course. I don't know why you have to do that, but you just do. Also, I'm gonna get a snack in a second. I'm getting hungry, and I realize that's probably why I'm a bit tired. So let's define these modifiers. All you do is you just go in here and then type in what the modifier is. So let's check how to do societal value. Maybe that's not how we do it. Value. Interesting. Maybe if we do quality. Monthly towards quality. Okay, so you do it like this. Okay, got it. Monthly towards quality. Goals. And let's do, okay, I assume 1 is going to be like to 100, right? So we don't want to do 1. Let's do like maybe like 0.2. Reasonable, you know? Again, it's like a reasonable number. Let's then do the same for quantity. Oops. Change this to quantity. And amazing how the words are only 2 letters apart. Again, 0.2. Great. Already did that on this one. Kristen's in chat. Pog. Hello. Great. So now you get to pick between your you know, quantity and quality options. Modifiers should work fine. Just make sure that is actually how it works. Yeah, quantity add is the same. Okay, good. Okay. So I'd like to test this now, because I think this is enough that we probably should go and test before we keep adding more stuff. So let's make sure everything is saved, and then out. Okay. Obviously, menu is short for modifiers every new update. Dude, so true. So true. True and real. If this works first try, that'd be so hype. Imagine if I just did everything right the first time. Wouldn't that be crazy? It would be insane. Surely it will work. Surely. I can't think of what I did wrong. You know, it's possible I just didn't do anything wrong. It's a really effective strategy to verify your work by just looking in the game files and seeing how they do the syntax and copying the syntax and then just changing the numbers. It really is effective because I guess the game can have bugs where things don't work, but usually most things are working. You know what I mean? Like, most of things are working. Make sure to have every task rewards on, by the way. Never forget. I'm just gonna, like, save this as a new preset. We're gonna call this missions. Save. That way I have this preset. Great. Alright, so we have this. So we can immediately click this. Looks like we didn't get the event, so I'm going to assume that trigger event is not correct. Which, to be fair, I kind of guessed that that was how it works. Let's check the effects log. Because this is how it is in CK3, but maybe it's a little different. You have to do the ID. Yeah, okay. You have to do like, you have to add one more step that I missed. So we have to do like this. Yeah. Again, this is fine because it's not like this is a difficult thing to do. So that should fix it. This probably will crash the game now that I saved that. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is crashing the game. I should have saved. No, okay, no, we're good. We'll just messed up anyway. But yeah, that's fair, you know, okay. Yeah, missed a little thing. Apparently our brackets are fucked up now, too. True. The brackets are fine. Yeah, we don't have, I don't think we have to set any days, because, like, there's no reason to be doing that. So I don't think we need to, we wanted to trigger the date the second that you click it. Yeah. Anything else I wanted to add real quick before we do this? Launch. I need to add the required. I'm not gonna save it right away, but basically, we want to make it so that this mission comes down from the sergeantry one. Let me just look at other missions real quick. See how they do it. Well, the game will we wait. Still loading. In-game, common, mission. So, like, for example, if you look in here, some of these missions are going to have, it says requires, and then you put the mission in that you require. So we're going to do requires on ours, and put in the other mission. So, not required, but requires. Then throw in this mission. We want it to, like, come down from the other one. But regardless, for testing purposes, we're going to not save that yet, and we'll first just test to see, like, if the mission's working. I speak Spanish to God, Italian to women, French to men, and German to my horse. Based Charles V. I love how his titles get an etc. That's how you know you've made it. King of Spain, Archduke of Austria, etc. Missions. There you go. Okay. I guess they started giving 71%. Yeah, wow, okay. Okay, clicked it and didn't get an event. Maybe because I didn't save. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. I think because I didn't save. I guess we can temporarily hashtag this out. Actually, no, let's just test both missions in one go. Why wait to test them, right? Save it. This should be fine. Teutonic Wars missions events .0001 should be fine. Got the right namespace. This is good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I realized that because I didn't want to save that I entered this, but that means I didn't save that this was changed. So yeah, my bad. Maybe you have to do triggers event non-silently? Is that what it is? Oh yeah, it seems like you don't actually use trigger event. Interesting. So weird, but yeah, I guess we have to do trigger event non-silently. That's so weird. Let's see if this works just with trigger event though. I'm just curious now, if anything. I'm not even really just curious if it does work that way at all. Trigger event loudly, dude. So true. It's so true. I want it to make a huge noise. Let's take a look. First of all, we should see now the missions branch into each other. Check this out. There, look at that. Look at that. We're starting to get... A tree is beginning to form. Okay, let's build our sergeant tree. Oh, it wants 50,000. Okay, hold on. It wants way too much manpower. We can just deal with 50,000 manpower in. But, yeah, oops. I have to change that to 0.05 instead of 50. There you go. We'll modify that in a second. So now we click this. Boom. We have to wait for a couple months for it to complete. For us to get our horsemen. Look at this, dude. Actually like working. There you go. Okay, good. Then the nobility is already happy, so you know maybe we want to change this number a bit, but click this. Game crash, I bet. Because it's gonna get confused by the event trigger. Oh, never mind. Give it a bit. Zero detour hockey to CK3. No, they did not add a detour hockey to CK3, unfortunately. Okay, the event did not trigger. I suspect that is simply because we just need to do trigger. Trigger event non-silently. Yeah, I think that's all it's gonna be. Simple as, bruv. At least we discovered that manpower thing, so that we don't want 50,000 manpower. I guess you multiply all manpower numbers by like what is it, 100? I guess. No, 1,000. So that means we want 0.05 manpower. That would be, what's that times 1,000? That's gonna be 50, right? That's gonna be 50. Yeah. SE EU5 is also 1,000. Didn't know that. Good to know. So though, Chad, it's coming together. Like, not really, but kind of. It's coming together like a little bit, right? You know, it looked like a tree for a second, didn't it? Yeah, thank God I have a better computer now, though, dude. Bro, on my old computer, loading EU5 took, like, upwards of maybe, like, 10 minutes every time to, like, load the game. So, you know, we're very grateful to have the new computer. Thank you again to the viewers for watching the streams and videos and for participating in the community. Okay, really appreciate it, because it means I can have this computer that can load the game in, like, you know, a pretty fast time. Or like a noodle. Line equals tree. Line equals tree. Yes. Line 100% equals tree. There we go. This time I think it'll work, because I think it just that for whatever reason in EU5 you have to define if the event is triggered by silently or not silently, which is pretty funny. Okay, build the sergeant tree. Yeah, now it's 50 manpower. Perfect, that's what I wanted. 50 manpower. Got the biggest upgrade: CPU, GPU, SSD. All of it, except for I guess I have a SSD, but like I had an SSD before. But I went from a like an AMD Ryzen 5 2600, like a super old CPU, to a what do you call it? To a what the fuck is it called? A 7800X 3D, which is like, yay, that's pretty good. For the GPU, I went from a 1060, like an NVIDIA 1060 from ages ago, to a 9060 XT, the AMD one, with 60 gigabytes of VRAM. Huge upgrade. Okay, yeah, see, it gave the event there. See, it has it. See, like the event will happen to us. Perfect. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Although that's interesting that the oh no, the title is correct here. There's the event. Oh my god, dude, it's working. And then yeah, we get the modifier, and we get the progress towards quality. We didn't add the estate satisfaction, so I guess we can do that. I forgot to add that part, but I just want to make sure this is working. But yeah, there you go. Interesting. I wonder if we have the modifier in the wrong spot. Because it's working, but it does have this weird static modifier name. Like, I don't know if I want that to be there, but I mean, we'll just localize it, I guess. It could be that modifiers go in different spots than that, but regardless, that's working. That's beautiful. So you immediately gain 10 quality, you get the modifier to get plus 0.2, or you can go quantity. And let's go and add in real quick the satisfaction negative for that. So if you take quantity, then the nobles will not be happy. Look for an effect for changing satisfaction. Yeah, adds, okay, nice and easy. The scope is a country. I assume we have to define, we'll look at an example in game, but let's look at yeah, an example in the files. Oh my god, I really should I should just get rid of all these localization files so we don't have to look through them every time. So annoying. It does suck needing to search like this. Because unfortunately the log doesn't say, yeah, see here, I thought it was going to be this, but they just type equals estate type and then nobles and then just put the number. Okay, great. Type equals state type state type nobles estate value equals. I should be find a delete, I think. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. It's what I'll do it later. I'm lazy. How bad should it be? Let's do like, so you're already at 60, to be clear. In order to do this mission, you must already have 60 approval. So I think minus 20 feels okay. It puts you a bit into the negative, but it's a bit much though. It feels like it's hard to justify that much. How about we do, it gives minus 20 for the nobles, but then it's going to give satisfaction for the peasants, so that way like there's kind of a balance to it. Although what's funny is, wouldn't the peasants be upset that more of them are being drafted? Maybe this doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Minus 5, but that's not impactful. Like minus 5 is nothing, you know? Assuming that you're already at 60, it should be like a minimum of like 10 to get you to 50, so that you're back at your equilibrium if you're taxing, if you know, at the maximum amount. But like 20 just feels like a lot, but it's okay. I think 20 is okay. Since the state, I like giving the peasants some happiness for it. Oops. Good to me. Yeah, I think it's fine. And let's do the inverse on this for choosing the quality option. Let's clip it here because Tark said he misses Microsoft Word. Dude, so true. Microsoft Word, my beloved. I like that. That looks good to me. That update live? It did. Look at that. Oh, it's 2000. Wait a minute, that's too much. Sorry. When you said that 20 was too much, maybe you were right. Maybe you were right that actually is a little bit too much. It's a little too much. So we have to do 0.2 and 0.2. Oops. That's funny. Okay, that's better. that's much better. And this actually, weirdly enough, this actually fits this illustration. This is like strangely correct, given that it was just a copy from the from the one that we copied down from. We just happened to get pretty much exactly what we wanted to see. That's perfect. That seems like a bit. Yeah, it's a bit. There you go. Great. Yeah, that worked. Okay, let's do the next one. Now we're making so much progress now because we're actually like figuring things out, dude. Crazy, isn't it? Okay, so the sergeant tree goes into the nobles approving the invasion, and we should have. Oh, let me check for the spy network as well. Yeah, so see, we have the spy network as well, and you can use that to immediately get yourself a CB for a claim, right? Boom, just like that. So that's kind of the idea, is that mission, the nobles approve you doing your claims, so then they help you prepare for the war, and they infiltrate the Teutonic Order for you, and then you can do your war. Alongside that, because I wanted to do another one, which was making the weaponry, the weaponsmiths, right? So let's do mission PM weaponsmith preparation, something like that, whatever. I'm really bad at naming stuff. Again, we're keeping everything. We're just gonna copy this in, like literally we're gonna keep everything very simple, copy it in, and just replace what's in it. Beautiful. Okay, so remember about this, all the on completion stuff. Okay, and I wanted to also require a sergeant tree, so that way we're actually getting the tree, right? With the right game rules, modding is really easy. So true, dude. So true. So, I think we should try to do this based on the price of the weapons. So rather than saying build this many weaponsmiths in your capital, we just need to get the price of weapons down. So let's look at the market. We should probably do a new game, but oh well, it's too late now. Let's look at the price of weapons, just like period here. So it looks like it's perfectly balanced, as all things should be. The thing is, like, do you really benefit from weapons even being low? City and weapon. You can turn gems into weapons. That's hilarious. I think we just want to reduce the price, right? Like, because right now the price will be even. Like, what's the current price of weapons? 2.92. We should be able to reduce that to like 2.5, let's say. Right now there's a slight increase in it, because the maximum you can reduce a price is 33%, right? So we go for like maybe like 2.6. I don't know, it's something like that. Let's check our triggers for prices. Oh, yeah, now that we have the game rules on correctly, it's actually much easier to do this. Price. What is the current price for the buy of a trade? I'm not sure if that's what I want. Check the price of location's raw material. No. Price in market. That's what I'm looking for. The scope is a good. So need to check. So basically we need to go to a good. Do we need to do capital.market? Is that going to work? Let's check our event targets, see if market is a proper target. Do market from market. Oh god. Second best market. Okay, so you can just do capital.market and put scope as a location. So yes, capital.market should work. Now, what about like weapon? If I just type in weapon, no, good. Raw material. We don't want a raw material. We want a produced good. Because weapons are a produced good, right? Input scope's production method. That's not right. It needs to be a market. The price a goods has in a market. That's funny. So the input scope here being market is correct. In fact, I'm actually just, what I'm going to do to find this, we're just going to do input scopes market and just look at what we can do with markets. Okay. So we need to, okay, we can do dot market price, right? So we need to do a good. Like, could we not just do like a weapon? Like, what if I search like What's the name for weapons in the debug? I can check that. I'm just gonna type in weaponry. See what I can find. Like, this is kind of jumping a bit, but can I not just do like weaponry dot like this? Maybe this works. Weaponry dot market price, right? Like maybe. I'm gonna check this and see if we can find the usage of market price. Interesting. This might be more complicated than I want it to be, unfortunately. The lazy way would be to simply say build 2 weaponsmiths in any location, but I want to do this way because I think it's way cooler to do it this way. So it looks like we can do it this way. Capital.market. I'm actually going to copy this. You know what? This looks good. I'm going to copy this exactly. And then just change out goods wheat to goods weapons. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that... You know what I mean? Shouldn't that just work? And just do weaponry. Wouldn't it be hilarious? We can change it to maybe... So this right now, we want it to be a lower price. Let's do 0.8. Well, wouldn't it be crazy if that just works, dude? Let's not worry about the on-completion effect for now. But let's just add something simple. Just so that we can test that the completion effect works. Change development equals 1. Yeah, whatever. Just, you know, so we can have something in there. And then let's see if we can make this happen. Oh, we just change this. Hold on, wait, oops. Yeah, so we need to produce or trade weapons. And... Oh, so the brackets aren't right. Oh, wait. Moved over. That's why it didn't look... Something didn't look right. I knew it. Yeah, and then missing a bracket now. I knew something didn't look right. There you go. That should be good now. Capital.market. Producing weapons or trading weapons, which we already produced to begin with, so that's fine. Then the market price of the weapons has to be greater than... No, it needs to be... Okay, change this to a less than. Or equal. Actually, no, less than. Less than 0.8. I wonder how that's going to even show in terms of the UI. That might look kind of really weird, but we're going to find out. Let's relaunch the game. It's all coming together, guys. Slow start, but now we're rocking along here. Copium. Huge copium, dude. I'm gonna OD on copium at this rate. People actually watching the stream, what the hell? Why are you guys watching this? You guys want to look at my Steam library while we wait? Check it out. I got Battle Brothers. I got Age of Wonders 4. I got Balatro. I wanted to play Call of Juarez for a bit, but I just like I played it for like 20 minutes and then I was like, I don't feel like it. I've been completely addicted to Monster Train 2 lately. Roguelikes really suck me in sometimes. I hate to see it. Such a good game. Okay. Long time no see. Hello, Waxa. Yes, long time no see indeed. Got a new computer, so I'm streaming again. This is the most engaging stream of all time. So true, Connor. So true. True and real. I got a new human, that's why I'm very absent. Oh shit, congratulations. I'm assuming that refers to a romantic partner. Or perhaps a child? Have you had a child? This is one of the streams of all time. So true, dude. Childy, congratulations, man. Congratulations. That's huge. Hopefully everything's going well. I know the first couple months of having a kid can be very scary, I've heard. Never had one before, but hope everything's going well. Oh, guys, look, it's a tree. It's a tree. Official. It's officially a tree. He's doing great. What a crazy adventure. Nice. I'm glad to hear it, man. Sure, new tariff, whatever. Okay, the sergeantry's built. Give me some manpower. Good, so that's complete. We wait. Get our stuff. Tree for real now? Yes, actually a tree. Good. Okay. Price has no localization, so we'll have to custom that localization. This we can solve immediately. Okay. And now let's try to reduce the price of weapons by just building weapons. That sounds obvious, but build that up. Why the pressure resisting malice? Negative prosperity. Oh, probably disease. Okay, that's fair. The effect seems to work. That's good. It's been EU5 so far. I like it a lot, but it's got a lot of flaws. But I do actually quite like it. We'll take the this one, and then let me just try to import some weapons just to see if we can fast track this. They are. Don't care how unprofitable it is. Just import it. We have no trade capacity with. I have no trade. Wait, what? Oh, I'm already trading. Okay, let's get all this crap out of here, dude. Give me my weapons. That's why. Okay. Weapons. Port. Great. Now let's see if that complete our mission. Yeah, the problem is that because it doesn't look, it's hard to tell like what the requirement it actually wants is and if we're doing it right or not. If we look at our weapon balance, we should have a lot more. The price is still, yeah, the price is only a little bit lower though. We need to go a bit lower. Wait for the weapons bits to get built, I guess. Can I turn on fast build? Is that a thing in this game? Nah, okay, well, we'll just wait then. It is kind of a Frankenstein's monster. I could see that's a pretty valid comparison. It's got features of a lot of other games in the paradox like paradox you know, like sphere. That I could definitely see. Can we stop losing prosperity in the place where I'm making my weapons? Excuse me. In fact, let me actually send a guy on a recovery effort. Let me stop complaining and try to solve the problem. Yeah, there you go. That'll help fix that pretty fast. Only half of the imports accounted for price. That's fair enough. Oh, there. So look, it works. Look, so look, we made. Okay, I think it's working because look, it's we built up. If we check our price now, so it seems to be working. Now we're gonna have to do a custom localization to actually show this, which is gonna be annoying, but it's okay. But if we look at our market now, we should see that the weapons are really cheap. It's at 34% cheaper. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. So I believe it's working how I want it to, but it's just going to be annoying to have to do the custom localization. So yeah, we'll have to do this one, custom tooltip. I assume that that's an effect. That's one from CK3, but I'm gonna guess that we can still do it in this game too. Yep, custom tooltip, just like in CK3. This lets us basically type something in that won't just be like gobbledygook. Yeah, so, yeah. And the, I believe it's gonna be like you have to put in the actual tooltip, with like name or something. I'll check the game to make sure we're doing it right. find an example in the game. You know, eventually, once it finishes searching everything. There's okay. It uses text. Okay, got it. Text. So we'll name this tooltip PM underscore weapon market price requirement. There you go. Beautiful. That way it should update live. Yeah, see now it has, now I just have to go in and localize this to be something which is actually readable. We can click it. And now Krakow should gain a development point a bit in a few months. There you go. C1 26 beautiful. Okay. Working so well. Very nice. Okay. So with those missions now, you've gotten some weapons built. You've got yourself a spy network in the Teutons. So you're feeling pretty good. The question is, how do we want the branches on the tree to look? I think we're done the mission tree now, so we can't do more, but yeah, we can't click it again. But we wish we just for the evil Germans where we get those stars so it gives 0 to 10 historical accuracy. So true, rationalist. So true. We'll see. We're gonna do winged hussars or something probably, but yeah. The question is what comes after that. So now you've got your weapons, you've got your CB, and you already have your sergeantry. So you've got you've got your little horses and stuff. Let me check my notes. What did I write in my notes? I guess just the going to war, right? I mean, because again, we wanted to do relatively small trees, right? Core Prussian territory. Yeah, so grab the cores first. Sure, we can do that. So let's do mission. Name it. Reclaim cores. Okay. Thinking I might have to stop streaming pretty soon. By the way, it's been 3.5 hours. So soon we'll have to stop, but I'll keep working on this on my own, of course. So reclaiming the cores. I think what you need for that is you're gonna need just yeah, go to war and take them, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Okay. Okay. I think this one should have requirements for both. So I'm gonna make it require that you have completed this mission, and that you complete this mission. I believe that'll work. And then it's just pretty simple. We're just gonna be you have to own the province of Danzig. Plus, well, we should check what other cores are there. I haven't saved this yet, so it won't cause a crash. Let's take a look at what cores they have, and we can just literally say own locations and just own those locations. Nice and simple. I do love that we found that we just found this and copied it and it just works. That's pretty cool. Love to see that. Okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna bother turning the missions on because we just want to see the cores. And there probably is a map mode for it too, right? I don't necessarily have to click on it every time. Yeah, there's the cores. Okay. Let's just do it by province, because it looks like it goes by province. So, Tuchola, Chelmno, and Danzig. You have to conquer those 3. That's the mission. Nice and easy. So, for a trigger, I assume again that there'll just be a owns locations. location. That's not very good though. Or role location? I don't want to do this. There's like 600 iterations of this. Also, thank you for the follow. Uykucu? Uykucu? Honestly, it looks like a Turkish word to me. Appreciate it. There, own entire area. Or rather, own entire province. Beautiful. Found it by just dumb luck. Okay. Great. Own entire province. The problem with own entire province is it might be weird because... Well, no. I was going to say because we have cores in Kuyavia, but luckily that doesn't seem to overlap with any of our vassals. Like, we can do Chomno, Chola, and Danzig. Okay. Let's look at an example of this in the game so we can see how it's done. Just to make sure we do it right, you know? Fall of Delhi. Province definition, then just put the province in. Okay, wonderful. So, we're in debug mode, so we should be able to see the names of these provinces, right? Or am I not in debug mode? I am in debug mode. Okay, there we go. Province is Danzig _ province. Nice and easy. Definition. Danzig province and... Okay, they're quite well... They're named quite simply, it seems. Am I doing this right? I feel like I'm doing it wrong. Oh, no, this is... Oh, no, each one... Okay, each one is its own entry. Hold on a minute. So it needs to be, like, Yeah, okay. Slight hiccup, but it's okay. You gotta do the brackets right, of course. Always nice when it's nice and easy to just type in what you need to type in. And it was Chomno was left. They spell it with a weird L? They did not. I believe that just works. For the what you get on completion, we didn't really do much of what a completion for this would be. I think this probably should be like... we'll figure that out in a second, but for now, what you get here, I want to give Danzig some kind of recognition. I want to give it like a location modifier. So on completion, I literally just want to do like the location of Danzig. So can we do like location definition? Is that a thing? I just... Or I guess we could apply like a control modifier to all these provinces. I want to check effects for if we can build a dock in Danzig. That is kind of nice. It's just that it's so early. It feels like it's kind of weird to give it to you so early before you would unlock it normally. I'm gonna do add location modifier. Yeah, we can do that. I want to give Danzig a permanent modifier, and I want it to be like just like a little bit of assimilation or something, and some control. I know control is OP, but it's not going to be a lot of control. Just a little bump in control. I assume this needs to scope to a location, doesn't it? Is even a few early event spawn docks? Okay, we can give a dock, I guess, then. So can I literally just do, like, Gdansk? Gdansk tools? I sincerely doubt that's going to be how that works. What if I type in whatever the name of... Because there must be, like, effects that do things to Constantinople. What if I type in Constantinople in here and find an effect for something that happens there? Constantinople. Yeah, okay, you do location : Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Location : Constantinople. Perfect. Do that. But instead we'll do location : Gdansk. Yeah. Add a location modifier. We'll call this like PM underscore um local sales modifier counter control bonus maybe. Interesting idea. I kind of like that. Yeah, that's a nice idea. It just feels like this would crest nicely into like maybe another mission tree where you play as Poland and try to control like the Pomeranian coast or something. But I feel like I don't want this to be a navally focused thing. I want it to be more like you've reclaimed your core, right? Like you have your core, and then we want to polify it because right now it's Prussian. So I want it to be about like oh, what if we add a migration negative? But no, but that would like what I want it to be like you are removing the Prussian influence. So I want it to be an assimilation modifier for sure. Like I want like assimilation, and maybe it doesn't have to be permanent for this, but I want it to be an assimilation modifier so that you're gonna polify this place. And then it probably should be a choice though. You probably shouldn't be forced to do it. So we should actually want to set this aside for it should probably be a choice instead of a forced. Let's say do like trigger event on silently or whatever. It's so funny you have to do it this way. That's such a strange quirk of EU5. Change the coal price. Something I just need to be permanent. I just need to nerf it by like a set amount. Just build more coal. Oh, in EU4. I don't know. Like even like for coding, like how to do it as a code. I don't know how to do EU4 coding at all. And can you even change goods prices in EU4? Well, I know you can with modding, but I mean normally. Their migration rates, not sure how they work. Yeah. Like what I was thinking is like I want to make it. There's probably not a way to do it with how EU5 is, but I wanted it to be like migrate in Poles but migrate out Prussians, and there probably is a way, but sounds overly complicated. I'd rather just do an assimilation modifier. But let's do it as an event so you can decide if you want to allow the the Prussians to stay there or not. So we'll just call it this 002. Probably do it as ID. Maybe the base price. So I believe there are events in the game of EU4 which change the price of goods. You should look at those events in the base game files and then try to copy the way they do it, and then just change the wording to be the one that you want it to be. That'd be my best advice for it. Design this event real quick. And let's copy in everything from here and then just feed it. The classic. No problem, Heligen. Hope that helps you. Hopefully. This. Two. So much of coding feels like copy and pasting sometimes, but that's kind of the nature of it, I guess, right? How much of human language is repeating the same things? The feature of language, I guess. That repetition is common. So we're not going to worry about the illustrations. That's something we'll figure out much later. I'm going to give these comments, though, so I know what they are in the future, but this is going to be the quality versus quantity. And then this one can be this one will be the Prussians stay or go. Okay. What I think this should be, actually, what I think would be good is it should be like add like the cultural acceptance. What is it called? Don't immediately accept them, but add a add the like check mark. You know, and hear these things. What is it? The view? Change their view of each other. I think it'd be good if we make it so that polls, like you can have basically the friendly version where you have like you get a little check mark with the Prussians and they're happier with you, or you can just have a massive assimilation modifier in Danzig. So add cultural acceptance, or get a nice modifier in Danzig. What is this? I didn't mean to add that. Why is there a color thing there? That's weird. What is that? Why is that here? What is this? Ooh. Oh, is it because I did 2 hashtags? That's why. I understand. Because it, yeah. No. Because it's like thinking I'm doing localization here. Yeah, I get it now. I was hurting my brain. Yeah. Yeah, so culture terms organized modifier in Danzig. I think that's a good thing. Because, like, these check marks are actually surprisingly pretty hard to get. So it's nice when you can get one. So it's pretty powerful if you can just accept Prussians more and you get the little check mark. I like that. Okay. This is going to be like Polonize? Yeah, Polonize Danzig. Or you can accept Prussian. So for this one, we want to add the modifier. And then we want to make it last. I don't want this to be permanent, so let's do like maybe 20 years of like super assimilation. I like that. And I want this to make the view with the Prussians. I think it should be you have to pick, and like it'll make the Prussians not like you. So let's figure out how to do like changing the view of something. If I type in, I guess I could check effects first. Let's do the effect thing and see if there's just like a change views. View? Oh my god, dude. It went right to it. It's so good. So the scope is a culture, so we're gonna have to take the like root.culture. Here. I'm gonna assume we can do root dot and then primary culture. Is that gonna be something in event targets? Is there a primary culture? No. I think if we just type culture, it's gonna work. Let me just do that. I'm gonna see if root.culture pops up anywhere in the game files, because this is probably a relatively common thing. Yeah, it looks like it does. Like it does. I think that'll work. Let me. Where was the effect? It was change cultural view, I think, right? But let's check it. Change cultural view. It's in here, sorry. Sorry, it should be. Sometimes the bracketing order can be weird, okay? Sometimes the bracketing order can be weird. Then how do we do this? It needs to be target equals X, change equals change. Okay. So it's just gonna be Prussian. So what's the name of can we get the name of Prussian culture? Prussian is just called Prussian. Okay. Let me check real quick how they do these in the base game files again, because I love just verifying my work. I always feel better doing that. Is there one where it just picks a culture instead of... Or you know what we could do to make it more interesting? What if we did, what if, you know, because we don't want to... What if the Teutons change their culture, right? What if they change their culture? So we should change it to be, instead of just picking Prussian, it should be C2.culture. That feels Giga Chad. To not just type in Prussian, but to do it that way. And then change can be -2. I want it to be pretty harsh. So like you're saying like screw you to the Prussians. You're like fuck that. And I want to add a second modifier, one that gives I want to give a permanent control bonus and a sailor bonus. Did bro get a haircut? Yes, bro did. Bro got a haircut. I did get a haircut. So I'm gonna call this like, I'm gonna do like Baltic Pearl. I don't know. Sure. Like, I don't know what to name it. It's hard to come up with names, okay? But let's call it that. And that's gonna be a permanent modifier. We can do years equals -1. This will make it permanent. And it's gonna give sailors, and it's gonna give like maybe like 5% control. Nothing big, just a little 5% control bonus, alongside your 20 years of assimilation modifier. And then I think the province should probably also get also realize that I haven't put in location location Gdansk. I have to do that to actually do the location modifier correctly. I'm being dumb. There we go. Forgot to do that step. But it's okay. There we go, that should apply. And now I want to do the province. So province, was it Danzig was the name of the province? Yeah, it's interesting how they call the location Gdansk, but they call the province Danzig. I want this to get a much smaller bonus to assimilation, just like, you know, one which is more reasonable. You check this exists. Yeah, it does. Okay. Fire. This could be also for like, you know, 20 years. Don't forget this will also apply to Gdansk, the location, so it's gonna like double up, but that's okay because I want it to be a big assimilation. That's it. The Teutons don't like you. For the other option, you don't get any of these modifiers, but the Teutons are gonna like, you're gonna get a bunch of acceptance with the Prussians. So root.culture equals change cultural view. Target, again, we're gonna do the Teuton culture. Capitalize that in case you're supposed to. I want to make an East Frisia mod? Bro, do it. Make mods though, bro. Equals 2. This way you're gonna go up to the two check marks. Part of me wants to say just 3, because this, you're gonna be missing out on like a pretty nice modifier. So part of me says maybe it'd be good if you just totally accept the Prussians once you conquer all this stuff. I should apply this modifier as well to the other I'm gonna do for like reconquered provinces. Yeah, let's add this to the other provinces as well, so you don't just do that one. So the other provinces that we conquered were Chelmno, I believe. Chelmno. Just add the same thing. I forgot to do it on Danzig _ province. That way. And then let's also do the other one, Tuchola, right? What it's called? Tuchola, yeah. Okay. Beautiful. So this way, everything you conquer is going to assimilate. Particularly the city of Gdansk will assimilate much faster, and then you get a nice modifier. Let's go make those modifiers now, real quick. First, this one. This is the big assimilation modifier. So let's check for modifiers. See if there's one for assimilation. I assume there is. Yeah. Local pop assimilation speed is what we're looking for. This is going to be a flat number, so we want flat, I think, because the percentage won't matter much when we're this early in the game. We don't have much. Let's do a percentage, or rather a flat and a percent. We'll do both, actually, is how I should put it. Let's do a flat of like 20 in Gdansk. Plus, we'll also do a speed modifier. Okay. of an additional like 30%, 33%. 33 feels like a big number. Okay, 33. For the smaller one, this is going to be a similar modifier, but just a little bit smaller. Instead of being 20, it would be like 5 and like 10. There you go. And then for that big modifier for Danzig, the Baltic Pearl modifier. This can be a max control. So let's do max control. Yeah, local max control. I'm assuming that this is going to be like, let's look at examples of this used actually so that we can correctly use it. That is a decimal. I should have known. Local max control point. Let's just do like 0.1. 10% more max control. That's nice to have, right? No one's gonna complain about that. And a what else could we, I guess maybe like a little development modifier. I don't know why I'm looking in there. Hold on, look in here. Development. Let's look at examples, see what the numbers should be. Yeah, they're very small numbers, so let's keep it pretty small. Let's do 0.0 0.01 feels okay. That's gonna be like 0.1 or whatever. That sounds good. Well, these are wait. This is point development. It should be modifier again. No, let's make this a bit. So that's a bit too much. Let's do 0.05. That's half as much. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. 0.005. That I believe is going to make like, if we look at Krakow here, I believe a 0.0005. Yeah, so that's gonna be 5 times the effect of urban development grants just in that one location. Maybe that's too much. Okay, 2.5. 2.5. that is a lot. So that should be plenty. That's going to be a 2.5 times the effect of urban development growth just passively happening in Danzig. That sounds good to me. It'll be modified a bit too, so keep that in mind. But okay. This mission tree just to basically make the Pwn Push tree more repeatable? No, this is only one tree out of several that we have planned. As these are the ideas that we have. We'll see how many of them we actually do. But this is what we're going for. Feedback, what did you miss? Well, we're making a lot of progress here. We're making a lot of progress. Okay. Did these, that's good. I spelled this wrong. Gdańsk. Imagine spelling things wrong. Good. And we wanted to build the dock here, right? Yes, you wanted to build a dock. We do add building. I assume that's literally just like, if I just type in building. Construct building. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Does that scope to a location? Yes, it does. Okay. We'll copy all this in. We don't need a multiplier reason. Instant can be no. Many processes later oppose Teutonic Order. Based. We don't need this. But I don't care about putting a reason. Unless we need to put that in. I don't know if that's necessary. I guess we can keep it in, actually. Yeah. Just in case we need it, we'll keep it in. And we'll look at an example and just probably steal numbers again from the base game. These we're just gonna leave on default, so we can probably just get rid of them. Because I assume that since they default, we don't need to have them. And now let's look at construct building and just see an example of it in game. Yep, okay. This is all Parliament reasons. Is there like other reasons we could use? I guess we could just make our own reason. We could make a new reason, but oh, we can just we don't have to include it. So yeah, look, you don't have to include the reason. So that's fine. We're just not gonna put one in them. Don't worry about the demand multiplier. That's okay. Instant will be no. I assume is default, but still. No. For the cost multiplier, let's make it cost half as much as a regular dock. And then for the building type, I assume that we can just type in, let's see, building type colon, we'll do a dock. Dock? Is that what it's called, maybe? Nope. Oh, I did, wait, I gotta spell it right. Spell it right, dude. Docks building dock. Great. The 2 tonic order, rename the 3 tonic order. This guy's cooking, dude. Holy, this guy's cooking. All right, great. So you get a dock in there if you build it. Now the thing is, right now it feels like this is the very obvious choice. You definitely want to Polonize Danzig. What can we do to sweeten this? What if? Okay, here's an idea. If you take the accept the Prussians one, you instantly vassalize the Teutonic Order right now. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Right? I think that's kind of cool, right? You just make a vassal. Like, if you take this, or maybe it should at least be that you send them the offer, but no, I don't like that, whatever. Just like the AI accept it. I think it should be that, like, I think that would be a good way to balance it, right? So that way it's like, hey, now it's not just like you obviously take the top one because it's way better. You could just immediately, like, you know, vassalize the Teutonic Order. Isn't that kind of nice? Vassal. Subject. What is over? Ordered, sorry, I thought it was Overlord. Ordered. Yeah. See this effect for getting make subject of. Perfect. Wow, nice and easy. Target equals X, type equals Y. I assume type is the type of subject, is what I'm gonna guess. So I'm gonna do C Teutons. Make subject of. Target. C pull. Well, what if you tag switch? Then it should probably be root. Nah, fuck it. You're not gonna tag switch. But what if? Oh man. No. What if you tag switch? What if you tag switch? It should be root. Or actually, we should go in the define. We should go up here in the immediate, and we should immediately just define Poland, or rather root equals save scope as Poland. That way, it's easier. It's better this way. It's like it's more organized this way because I know what I'm looking at, right? Now, in terms of the value, let me check how this is used in the game, just to see like what they mean by type. Subject type. Okay, so there's subject types. I think we just go relatively basic vassal. Sorry. Like, I don't know if we need to do anything more complicated than that, right? You want to make it a fiefdom? I think so. Apanage. Let's just do vassal. Yeah. Perfect. Beautiful. So that's your choice, is you either you take on, you like get these cool modifiers and you really develop Danzig, or you get to just you know, vassalize them. Hey, what's up, Antares? Good to see you too. Glad to be online, brother. Glad to be online. I like this. This feels more balanced, where like you basically just make friends with the Prussians. Okay. Assuming a fiefdom and vassal, anyways, never bothered to read all that. The fiefdom, the ruler of a fiefdom is your ruler, and the ruler of vassal is someone that you pick. And the difference beyond that, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I really don't know the difference beyond that. We could take a look, I guess. Okay, maybe it's different payment types. Looks like it's different benefits for the subject and different payments. No, it's the same payment. But with fiefdom, you spread your institutions, but the subject spreads them to you. Whereas with the vassal, it spreads significantly slower. Okay, interesting. The bigger loyalty buff. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Okay, but now to think about the next missions. So now what we want to have, this is where things get cool, right? So if you look at the current shape of the missions, which we might not be able to. I think I only came in here to check. Yeah, never mind, I didn't enable missions. But right now, I think we have a branch now in the paths here. So you either have made the Teuton subject or you have not made the Teuton a subject. That means we have an opportunity for mutual exclusion, right? So after this mission, I'm gonna make 2 missions. Okay. One is going to be integrate Teutons. Okay, and we'll define that later. The other one is going to be to complete the conquest. Complete Teuton conquest. So if you chose to make them a vassal, then you're gonna do this mission, which is gonna be about like integrating them. And in terms of like how we'll make that interesting, not sure what exactly we'll do yet. And this one is going to be, if you didn't make them a vassal, then you're going to go finish the conquest. This way we have actual mutual exclusivity, which I think is pretty cool. I like when missions make you decide between paths, right? I like that a lot. And these will be the end of the tree, is once you finish these 2, it would be the end. But then I want to go back to the weaponsmith one, and I want to add maybe one more that branches off from this mission. But we'll see. We'll get to that when we get there. So first of all, let's copy this stuff in. Good. Copy it in here too. And I want the requirement to be that you've completed reclaim cores. Good. So I think this is the one where we integrate them. So we're going to just make this a make this like we have to improve opinion and we have to have them as a subject. Is there a trigger for is subject of? I'm gonna assume that there is, but go check. Of subject or below. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for. Is the country subject of country? Yes. What if you tag switched? What if you tag switched? Root, right? Can't we just do root, or do we have to do prev? Is prev in EU5? It is in EU5. Okay. So for context, by the way, the difference between root and prev is that root is looking at, so the root of this statement currently is the Teutons, because we're like in the scope of the Teutons. Again, there may be better terms for this that I don't know, but essentially, like, we're in the scope of the Teutons right now. So if I type root in here, it's going to be confused. It's going to say, in this, is the Teutons a subject or below of the Teutons? Obviously not, because that's weird, so it's going to say no. But if I do prev, all it does is it looks back another root. So the root of enabled, in this case, emissions, the root is always your country. So if I do is subject or below of prev, that means that it's looking at the root that's above Teutons, which is me. So this should work even if you tag switch. Again, this is being like super duper needlessly safe, because it would be quite simple to just type C Pol, right? And that's Poland, and it's simple as that. But you know, if someone gets creative and they tag switch or whatever, we don't want to brick their missions, right? So we do prev. That would, just in case, right? Okay, and then we need to also do, they have an opinion. I want them to have 200 opinion is also what I want it to be. So you have to like make them really like you. Opinion. Yeah, okay, needs opinion with. Is there other options though? The country's opinion is greater or equal than the value. Yeah, that's good. We can do that one instead. Yeah. We can just keep it in the same argument. Opinion. And again, we should be able to do prev here. Let's do greater than or equal to like 180. Let's do 190 actually, 190. Because in EU5, annexing requires 150 opinion, but in EU4 it was 190. I'm doing 190 because that way it's a bit of a harder opinion level to get to than 150. You know, it takes a little more time. That should work. Yeah, that should work. Okay. If you pull that off, then you annex them. Just simple as that. Is there an effect for annexing a country? I'm going to assume there's an effect for annexing a country. Oh, if there's an active one. Annex country. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And then looks like there was some stuff. Let's look at this real quick in the files to see how it works. You just pick the country. Okay, whatever. Great. I do wonder now, like, what if you do this mission tree after Teutons have formed Prussia? But I think by then, it's no longer the same conflict. Now it's a conflict with Prussia instead of with the Teutons. But I guess we could maybe come back to it one day to try and mess with it. But this is fine for now. Let's also increase the duration on this. Let's make this, instead of being 4 months, let's make this... How long should it take to annex them without needing to do it the proper channels? Like 730 days? 2 years? Annex. I think that's reasonable, right? 2 years is like a solid amount of time, but it's much faster than it would be if you annex them manually, depending on how big they are. I guess we should have a bypass for this, for if you already annexed them. Let's do 180 days. What about leap years? So true, Clippy. So true. This dude, I keep on thinking of these really weird, like, these really weird things where maybe like you, like, I've already integrated them or something, but nah, this just because if they're already gone, you integrate them manually, you can just do the complete Teuton conquest here, which we're gonna say will require you to just own like everything here. Is this an area? Hold on, can I do an area instead of needing to do a? Yeah, we can do the whole area of Prussia. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So, for this one, enabled if you own entire area. And that's going to be the Prussia underscore area. Nice and easy. Get there. Is it area define? Area definition, I should say. Let's check that in the game files. It's just area, not area defined. Okay, just area. Good that I checked. Good that I checked. Now what do you get when you complete this? Probably an event. Probably some kind of event celebrating your success. But are there any DHEs about Prussia for the Poles? If we check like Poland's DHEs, if I do like Pole, let's do C Pole like that and see if we get a lot of hits. Johann Debug. I don't know, there's something called that. There's probably going to be a flavor underscore Pole folder. Yes, there is. So let's look for some DHEs. Maybe we want to trigger a DHE. Oh, but these are still like, I don't know what they're going to be without unless I trigger them. Sigismund's column. That's in the... Let's sort by like... Oh, we can type in dynamic historical events. Okay. Interesting. So that's how they do... So they went back to an MTTH system. Sorry, I'm just... So there's kind of like... There's like two ways, at least that I know of, for Paradox games to trigger events. One is via what's called an on action that you trigger every month or every year per se, and it's like you have every year the game rolls a die, and then it decides if the die decides between either no event happening or if an event does happen, it decides what event happens, and that's like how it does it. The other way is that all events in the game exist, okay, and then there's a chance in a range of years that that the event can fire. They chose to do this system, which is the same as EU4. CK3 does the on-action system. This game does seems to do a bit of both, I guess. I don't know, but either way, cool. We can search for these and then take a look at anything interesting for like the appropriate years, you know? What is this one? Flavor Poll 1602. I feel like are they these related to like the Teutons? See, this one is related to the Teutons. Marriage polls with Lithuania and Poland. Okay, hold on. This requires Teutons to exist? That's so weird. Do anything about ability increase during development, by the way? Like knowledge for CK3 perhaps? Ability increase during development. I don't understand the question. I do not understand the question, unfortunately. Maybe we don't bother with copying a DHE. Oh, so now it's not quite as change the values from 0.5 balanced to 0.25 plus 0.75 from specialized. Interesting. Save advantage to 0.25 plus 0.5. So like they made it a little bit weaker to specialize. Especially gonna just give less stats, but I don't know how it's handled. Rip, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, bro. Imagine nerfing stuff. But you might have known for CK3. No, I don't know how CK3's education system works at all. I have no idea. I have no clue, unfortunately. One out of Prussia, you succeed this, and then you get... Could just give cores. Cores is always fine, right? But cores is kind of lame. What do you guys think? What should be the reward for... So, like, the reward for choosing to integrate the Teutons is that you get to annex them, like, instantly, and you gained all that acceptance with the Prussians. So that, to me, is good enough. Like, you gained, you got to have, like, max acceptance of Prussians, right? That's really nice. We love to see that. Because that is surprisingly difficult to acquire and also surprisingly valuable to get that, like, +3 cultural view, right? Also, we probably should make sure that it's the correct angle, because it might be right now that it's making Poles like Prussians. In fact, how about we just, like, Make it go both ways. Make it go both ways. Yeah, let me be smart. Making them kindred. That's for if you choose to accept them after you conquer your cores back. Northern Lords days. Like mad fine today, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. A bit inappropriate of a comment, but I'll let it slide. Fine. Here's the vassal. Yeah, I mean, I know you can cheese it, but like, you know, it's a very, I think it's a very powerful modifier that I'm giving if you accept the Prussians, that they become the max level of view with you. It's nice. Now they cheese, I think. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's gameplay. So true, so true. To me, it feels cheesy, but you know, it's just me. What do you get for this? What do you get for this? Oh, maybe you get control over, like, Livonia and stuff. I guess you could do that. So true, Antares. So true. Could you have an alternative choice where instead of accepting cultures, you draft them into the military? Hmm. Interesting idea. Oh, we could make that a reward for this one, actually. You annex them, and then you also get some military modifiers. What about... Okay, could this work? So what's the advance that the Teutons have, which gives them access to, like, cool stuff? Like, if I go new game real quick. Actually, just generally me. Like, what about... You know how, like, the Teutons have access to a special barracks or whatever it's called? You know? I don't know what it's called, but they have, like, a special barracks, I think. We could give Poland access to those barracks if they accept the Prussians. I don't think of any effect that is comparable in impact to core Atlantic and kindred culture. Yeah. Stability or something. Yeah, the stability and legitimacy would be nice, actually. Surprisingly nice to have. What's the special building that these guys have? Don't they have it? Hold on. I think it has something else. Does it happen in the next age, maybe? I think it's, you can check in here, right? Like, what if we gave Prussia, like, one of these advances? If we give them Crusader Discipline or something. I think you'd have the lieutenancy? No. Vice royalty? No. Not sure what I'm thinking of. It's fine, though. I think it'd be interesting if we could grant this advance to Poland. That'd be kind of really strong. That'd be really cool, I think. I like that. That's a cool idea. So is there an effect for giving an advance? Yeah, research advance. Okay. The question is, will it actually work though? Because it's gonna be weird that that like we're not actually eligible to have it. See, it's probably gonna be like disabled because it's gonna say we weren't playing as the Teutons. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let me see how this looks. It has to be okay. Advanced type. For this one, I do like just getting a lot of stability. And we could maybe we could turn something, so like let's look at the various RGOs here. We could maybe add some kind of like a bonus to like an RGO or make like a city or something. That's a nice thing to get. So like for example, you have all this amber, right? And you have the amber coast modifier. What if we just make it so that a bunch of the amber gets built up, and we imply that it's like we put the Teutons to work collecting amber. Wouldn't that be nice? Right? That'd be reasonable. Or maybe more interesting in urbanize here at GameStart. Well, you can always just like force it to work. You can use the mod to add population or add a migration modifier, and then but wouldn't it be okay? Here's actually an interesting thing. I think this would be interesting. What if we change the RGO in a place like in Elbing or something, in one of these locations? We change the RGO to something significantly worse, like livestock or whatever, and then back in Poland, we replace something here with amber. Like, what if we change this clay to amber? And it's like you loot the amber from them, and then you have, I don't know, it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't make sense in terms of like the logic. Um, but it makes sense in terms of like as a reward. I think it's kind of cool. Question is, what location would you put it in? Could put it in your capital, but salt is also kind of valuable, so you don't want to get rid of the salt. I like the idea of it going here, because there's population here, and clay is not particularly valuable. Last time I was in Poland, a lot of amber being sold in every corner. So true, dude. I like the idea of that. So let's try doing that. Let's pick Königsberg, which is a town. Okay, let's reduce Königsberg to a rural location and steal the amber and bring it to Poland. Even if it doesn't make sense logically, I think it's a really cool effect. So let's do that. What is Königsberg's name in the files? Königsberg without the big. Okay. Is there an effect for changing, like, what would we call this effect? Rename location. Tier? Am I thinking of tier? No. City. Maybe that'll get what I want. Oh, I think I saw something there. Construct location, right? Change the location. Destroy the fort at Marienburg. Yeah, that's definitely something we gotta do. Change location rank. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, let's do that. Change location, and the scope is to a location. Yeah, location rank. So let's just check how this is used, because I'm sure it's used in files. Location underscore rank. Yeah, okay. So sorry, location. Yeah, underscore rank colon, and then I assume that there must be one for like rural. Must be out there. Well, in the effect, I think it had it said that you could do rural underscore settlement. Perfect. And can we change the RGO? Interesting. Are you able to change RGOs ever? Change raw material. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So what should they produce there instead? If Königsberg loses its amber, they should I guess they can make livestock instead. Gotta be some way. There is a way. Always a way. Let's see where this is used. So you can just do goods. Okay, go. What makes each does it? Yeah, there's a way. There's a way. Goods. And then what's the? I assume livestock is just livestock. I don't know. Let's see if I can find livestock. Yeah, it's just livestock. Okay, great. So they're gonna change. They're gonna make livestock instead. And can we remove the location modifier? They lose the amber might be really salty. The problem is that salt is actually valuable, so we don't want to give them salt. We want to remove this amber coast modifier. So I'm just gonna type in amber coast, and we should be able to find the name in here. And now that's the name of the modifier. The static modifier name amber coast. I'm gonna assume this is an effect, by the way. Like I just guessing it is. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Although how do we syntax it? Looks like you just just type it in. Okay, great. So they lose that. They make livestock instead, and then I also want to make the location of let's put it right here in Projovice. Projovice. Polls in chat, help me. Projovice. I don't know. Maybe I'm close. What's this place called in debug mode language? Projovice. Change raw material. Goods amber, and then add the location modifier. But the thing is, we need it to be not called like amber coast because it's not on the coast anymore. So we're going to have to make our own new modifier, I think. I think this is being added in. So hold on, we need to. That's being injected, I believe. We do amber coast like this. Yeah, see, that's actually the name of the modifier. My bad. This is the actual name of the modifier. I almost fucked up, but I'm good. So let's call this, what was it? The Amber Road base, whatever. And that way we're just going to change the name a little bit, so that way it's not, make it with my prefix. PM. This way, it's not going to be like Amber Coast modifier, and it's like an inland, you know? And then what's the, let's copy the exact effect of this. Local Amber output modifier, 5. Beautiful, okay. So now you're going to basically be like stealing the amber from there to bring it back to Poland, which I think is going to be I think it's going to be fun. And I think that's good. That's a good conclusion to that. Yeah, I like it. The nice thing about doing this is that when you have amber here, it's going to make your jewelry really, really strong here because I can tag switch real quick, but actually when you build jewelry in a location that's like next to like has arches in its province, it gets a bonus. Although here it's not applying. Maybe we see it on pause for a minute. No, it's just not applying. It just doesn't exist. It's not real. I'm making it up. I guess because it's in the location. No, but it's also there. I don't know why. It should be applying a production efficiency bonus because we have like a local source of. Maybe because it's an enhancement and not a base one. In which case it's kind of stupid, but regardless, it's going to be useful to have amber near your capital. Okay, it's useful. That's all I'm saying. Not sure if this will actually work or not. We'll have to test that. I think speaking of testing, let's actually go and test what we have so far before we continue developing. After we test this, I'm probably gonna call it a day. Versus secondary production methods or enhancements, whatever they're called. Yeah, fair enough. You might be right. In which case, that sucks, but still. Hope I saved everything. I think I saved everything. Even if it doesn't work, okay, I think it's still cool. I think that regardless of how effective it is, I think it's still really, really cool to, like, to loot the RGO, you know? I just, I find that to be really cool as, like, as an idea, you know? Whether it's, actually useful or not is another thing, but it's just, sometimes rule of cool wins out over, like, rule of meta, you could say. You know? How's the viewership on the stream going? 14 viewers on... Okay, Twitch is maintaining pretty reasonable numbers, whereas YouTube has dropped off quite a lot. It tends to be the case, I've found, in my streaming time, that, like, YouTube, the longer you stream, the fewer viewers you get, so you're best off doing, like, a very focused playthrough that quickly gets stuff done. And then Twitch, the longer you stream, the more viewers you get, so you want to do, like, things that kind of take a long time. But obviously I'm streaming on both, so... doesn't matter, but just interesting observations. By the way, check out this tree though. This tree's gonna look like a real tree. Look at that. That's like... And the thing is, I want to have another branch here and a branch here for, like, getting off of these. So, like, this is, like, looking like a tree, dude. Change the base price manually? Based. Very based. Build our sergeant tree and get our mission started here. Yeah, mashing enter. Just stop streaming on YouTube during coffee breaks? Dude, so true. Okay, we have our sergeantry. Get me the manpower. Should we complete this? Let it complete. I'm gonna start queuing up the weaponsmiths right away, because, like, you know, we know we're gonna need them. Enough masonry in the market, bro. Here they come. There's my units. The buddy already likes me, so let's click that. We gain our spy network. Let's get our CB. Well, once we finish this, we'll get our CB. Okay, and we'll take, I guess, quantity. Sure. Then let's create our CB. Claims on province. Nice. And we have this mission. We have to get the price of weaponry down. So just give it a second. Gotta build this buildings. I'll make a tooltip for this. We get to that later. Making tooltips and stuff like that is definitely something we do much later in the game, I'd say, or much later in the modding process. Nice. I guess we can, like, do economics because we need to make these buildings. I should just console myself money. What am I doing? Fine. How's the price on weapons looking? Yeah, it's getting lower. I guess we can also spend our we can also import trades, cancel all trades, go to goods, import it all. from Hungary, sure. We love Hungary, our friend Hungary. That's okay. Unprofitable. There it is. We got the price low enough. We might change how low the price has to be, because right now it looks like the price needs to be like low enough that it doesn't feel very good to reach. I think it'd be better. Like, see, we have a surplus of like 9. So it feels like it's a bit, maybe it wants a little too much out of us, but still. Either way, it works. We'll mess with we'll mess with balancing later. Do I continue to play CK3? Yeah, I will, definitely. Just right now, I'm really into EU5, and Victoria 3's DLC is coming soon, so CK3 is kind of on the back burner. Okay, we got our CB on the Teutons. And now we need to, yeah, so now we need to claim this stuff. So we want all province definition. Did I do that wrong? Did we just try, like, taking this stuff over? I'll do declare war and then just yes man it. We have a truce. Okay, hold on. I mean, whatever. I'm debug moding. What am I? I'm trying to like play the game here. Okay. Give me everything that I need. We have to wait a certain amount of time though, don't we, before he'll accept because of a 10 war score. Oh my goodness. Can I do bypass requirements? No, we have to actually play the game. Here I can. You know what? I know what I can do. Hold on. World map. Swap me to Teutons real quick, and then we can offer the surrender. How we do it? Yeah, that's. Everything over. Is that all of Chelmno? Looks like it. I have to click it again. How do you do like a whole province? Actually, I can do it like this: Danzig, Chelmno, and Ola. I didn't give all of Chelmno because of the vassals. Okay. Well, that should be fine. So send this. Swap back to Poland. Looks like we messed up our province definitions. Went wrong here. Oh, I just wrote propose here for some reason. What? Province definition. Yeah, that's right now. Interesting. Why isn't it working? Why do you not recognize that I own this? Let's check how this looks in the base game. Did I do it weirdly? Or something? Really? It's never used? Wait. Oh, I put own entire province. It should be owns. Owns. Entire province. Sorry. That's the problem. Yeah, see, like, now it works. Yeah, I just missed an S. Although interesting, now it's weird. Maybe not. Is it actually? No, maybe I didn't miss an S. Oh, it is no S. Okay. Upper Prussia. See, I have all the land. Is there really no time where they use own entire province in this game? Okay, there it is. Oh, it's they bracketed it. You don't have to bracket it. That's all it is. Simple. Very simple. Simple mistake. No need for the brackets, boys. Okay. Well, that solves that. Although I don't get why it doesn't work with the bracket. You think they'd be able to? You think you'd be able to parse that? But so usually brackets are like kind of a do it if you want or don't, up to you. Now it works. See, there you go. That's all it was. It was just brackets. Reclaim our cores, and we're gonna get an event. See if the event works. Okay, really important about union. Cool. Okay. So, Gdansk. So so far looking so good. So far, Gdansk gains simulation speed, and yeah, it gives the simulation speed percentage and flat plus 20,000. Okay, it needs to be 0.02. Okay, for that. Yeah, this is good. It gets that. Restricting a dock building. Yep. That needs to be changed as well. Changed. Yeah, so we become enemies. Yeah, perfect. Or, as we become a vassal, we become kindred. And if you look here, we own all of Prussia. Yeah, wow, it's like, it's just working. It's just working, dude. Okay. So I guess first we can test out the the full conquest one. Actually, I want to test out the friendship one first, because that way we like we can see if the advance works out. So just for the purpose of testing, real quick, we're just gonna modify this to be negative 190. So we can click this immediately. There you go. And then let's see if we get an advance. Because I think the advance probably... See how it doesn't list it here? I think it's not going to work. Unless I misspelled it. No, I spelled it right. Yeah, this isn't going to work because if we don't actually have it in our list.
Dude. What are you doing?
Final
émission INE5 POG
It's talking twice.
Final émission INE5 POG.
My bad. I think that's because I have Bitbox on. Because Twitch does its own alerts now. You don't have to do it through Streamlabs anymore. Okay. So yeah, we can't do this cool advanced idea. That's alright though. Honestly, it was kind of already OP what you get from this anyway. So no big deal. Let's get rid of that. Also set this back to being 90. All right, now I want to test. I want to test out the one where we annex his ass. So let's do that after this finishes. I guess. Man, I made it take 2 years. I really did choose 2 years, didn't I? I really did make my ass wait for 2 years. Right, this. Interesting, like this event. Okay, so okay. See, this is this is complicated now because this DHE exists. The Prussian homage. Because now, what do we do about the fact? Because I don't want to what do you call it? Act like this doesn't exist. This is like part of the game, so we should work around this a little bit. How about what we do is rather than this like rather than this button just annexing the Teutons, maybe it just triggers this event. Is what we can do. How did he become a vassal of mine? How did that happen? Is that just because of... Is that an immediate effect of this? How did that happen? There must have been an event that I just clicked through and didn't notice. Maybe it makes sense, yeah. Oh, it was when I did that mission. Right, I did that mission. I did that event and it made them into a vassal. Right, I forgot. Okay. I shouldn't have clicked that event away. I should have. So this will now annex them, I guess, right? But no, it'll annex Teutons, but they don't exist anymore. Yeah. Now we have to own all Prussia. I'll just quickly annex these guys. Next next Prue, next Pomazania. I should be able to do this. Now I just want to see if this works with the whole like getting the amber moved over. It seems like it'll work, yeah. Seems like it'll work. Yep, look at that. Now we have amber here. That's exactly what I wanted to see happen. That's good. Nice. That's a big income boost. Okay. So I think that, yeah, that's what we'll do. So instead of triggering our own thing, we'll actually just use that event, because like, remember I mentioned I wanted to incorporate DHEs into these, right? We'll make that DHE fire when you complete that thing. So let's do that. I want to find that DHE first. So it said like, I'm gonna look like make subject, or what is the hold on. What is the name of, what is that effect? Down here, I added this one, make subject of. In fact, this might even be exactly the text that's in that event. See if we can find that event. Actually, wait a minute. I could just check the event by going back in my own stream and looking. What was the, like, what, because I was looking at that event for a while, right? So, what was the name of that event? I'm so stupid, dude. There it is. Oh, I just went past it. This one. Okay, it's called... No, that's my event. Sorry if this is really, like, screwing with your head, by the way. I just want to see the name of the event so I can find it. There it is. Okay. Prussian homage. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was truly a stream of all streams. We're gonna type in Prussian homage, and that should find us what we're looking for. This is called Flavor Toot 4. Okay, I got it. I'll find it now. That's the name of this event. Great. Just think that it's a Teutonic flavor instead of a Poland flavor. But regardless. So for this one, rather than annexing them, we trigger this event. But let's get the trigger event thing. Now, the problem is that it's possible that it will trigger, like, before, like, it's possible that it'll trigger before the mission completes. So I'm thinking that we set this duration actually to be, like, 30. Because now we're not annexing, now we're just turning them into the Prussia vassal instead. So we don't need 2 years to do this. And I think that makes a lot more sense. The thing is that it might also trigger while we're waiting for the opinion value to go up. So, I'm trying to think of what we can do to, like, I guess we have to just, like, change this away from being 190 to maybe being, like, it has to be above, like, 0. So that way it doesn't take as long. Because, again, yeah, now we're not annexing, now we're just going to turn them into Prussia, so it's not so bad. Like, that seems reasonable to me. You have to get the opinion back above 0, and then you get the event. Was it able to pursue missions? I have no idea, actually. I have no idea. I'm not really designing any of the missions, though, to be with, like, AI in mind, to be honest, though. I don't know how to do that. I'd have to ask someone for help for something like that, because I don't know how to really do AI stuff for Paradox games. Okay. Well, with that, though, I do want to call it here, because I think I'm basically done. Like, I want to work on this more, obviously. I'm not done yet, but I mean, I'm done for today. But I can always stream more tomorrow. We can do a little more tomorrow or something. But yeah, we'll look at maybe like the total completion of the mission tree, like what you get for that later. In fact, let me just put in some notes for myself real quick at the top, just so I know. Thinking. 3 more missions needed. 1 following. Weapon, smith stuff. The other following. Mobiles. Okay. Then add on completion for the whole mission pack, mission tree, I guess. Tree, maybe thing on start. We'll see about that. That's just notes for me, so I don't forget where my mind was. And with that, I think we will call it a day. Let's find someone to raid real quick. I'm gonna stop streaming my whole screen real quick because it just makes me feel anxious. There we go. So it's a black screen now. Let's find someone to raid on Twitch though. Damn, 30 people watching on Twitch, just watching me fucking mod. That's funny. Oh, who came to raid today? Good raid, Playmaker. He's playing EU5 as Pandya. Pandya is really strong. I played them briefly while testing out Vinad. Let's give him a raid. Let's raid the Playmaker. Oh, wait, whoops. I put a space in the Playmaker. Slash raid the Playmaker. Right, there you go. Okay, great. So he's actually playing the game, for those of you that want to actually watch someone play the video game. So if you're on YouTube, come over to the Twitch chat and join us for the raid, or just, leave, up to you. And if you're Twitch chat, then it was nice seeing you. I hope you had a great time watching. Hope you learned something about modding. And I will see you all next time. Solid 5-hour stream. Glad to be back, boys. Glad to be back. Yeah. I'll see you later, boys. Peace out, homies.
Hey, thanks for the raid. And hello, hello. Something seems weird here. Huge, Trying to make plays, trying to figure out what's going on here. This is very weird. I don't play in India a lot, but there's some weird stuff going on with subjects, I think. Yeah, it seems like South India is crazy. But I had a weird scenario where one of these subjects turned into a fiefdom. And I'm like, well, how did this happen? I didn't even wait, it happened again. Is it because if their leader dies or something? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe that's it. If their leader dies, they just become a fiefdom. Like, I don't know how that's working. Is it just me, or do leaders seem to die way more than normal down here in India? Does anyone else have that experience? Like, I just had that experience where like my leader dies very often in comparison to like any, I guess, a European nation. Maybe I'm crazy.